Father in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Lord, we thank you for the blessings you bestow upon us. We thank you for this great nation which you inspired. Lord, those men, our forefathers, with your guidance, created this nation. Many men and women have given their lives since then in wars to preserve this nation. Lord, it seems now we're facing great upheavals from within. Give us the fortitude to stand up for this nation that our forefathers and our parents and our grandparents did. We need your guidance now, Lord, as never before. Again, we thank you for the blessings. We thank you for being with and comforting our neighbors who have experienced damages from weather incidents lately. And I pray that you will continue to comfort and support us. I offer this prayer today in the name of your Son and our Savior, the Lord Jesus. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Administrative business. Yeah.
I have the minutes of July 22nd and the minutes of July 25th.
Okay, had a chance to review those minutes. I'll make a motion then to approve the July 22nd minutes as written.
Second.
So before we, discussion on those, there was an omission in the minutes down under the county attorney portion of it. I had voiced concern of the hiring of the daughter of one of the employees, and I think that should be placed in the minutes that I did voice my concern of that hiring. And I realize that Joel had nothing to do with it, but I just think that it needs to at least be noted that I did voice concerns.
Go, and then we'll wait on approving those minutes. We got the July 25th minutes.
Ken, I was gonna say on the 22nd that they had my name twice on my copy, Tom Britton, Henry, and then me again. I don't know, it's no big deal, but
You mean under those attendees?
it was there, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think it matters
Oh.
anything, but I just,
okay,
that might have been my evil twin.
okay,
You know,
then, we
that
can,
little bastard gets me in trouble all the time. you know.
okay, then we'll wait on approving the 22nd minutes. 25th minutes?
I don't have no problem with the 25th. I'd make a motion to approve July 25th if no other discussion.
Okay,
I'll second.
okay, moved and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we have some supplements for review. And is it okay if I revise the minutes while you're reviewing those? Or do you want me to do it later? It's not a lot.
Is there any change orders? Is this?
No, it's just supplements.
gave it to Terry. He looked it over and talked to the whole council and said that he saw that we could do something with that. That was a good map. So, yeah, thank
In your packet, you did have the sample agreement that was proposed by Cody Nelson for construction management. I did send a copy of this on to Brad, but I've not heard anything, so I just did provide it.
I was gonna ask you a question. You were on commission when you did the jail. Did you have a construction manager on that project? 'Cause we haven't had anything that big since then.
No, Call Valley, no, not Call Valley. What's, one's up in, with?
Was it Law Kingdom that did it?
No, one's out of Kansas City. Law Kingdom was,
They were one of the ones before, maybe.
yeah.
It's the same one that did the windows.
No, we just
That
had
did the
it.
jail, wasn't it?
Huh?
Wasn't it the same one that did the windows?
Yeah, it was, yeah. Yeah, because Pitts
Yeah,
was the guy. He appointed another guy, a younger guy, to be for the windows.
right.
But that's Law Kingdom.
I don't remember offhand
Okay.
what firm it was.
I just,
Meant to look.
I just wondered historically if we'd use a construction manager on
I
any
haven't
major
worked with,
project.
I have not worked with a project like that. Just looks like when you read through it, they have to be on board right when you start, I think.
Well, yeah.
That's the way it looks to
Yeah.
me.
They've got some skin in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, and so for this project, I don't know that we can, I think it's pretty well down the road to trust the engineer that we have.
Yeah. I personally think it's a tremendous waste of money. I think it's a waste of money. I really do. I just think it's also degrading to the engineer and things like that, but that's, I've read it.
I know those that are in the business will tell you
Yeah.
Yeah.
that they can save you money,
Yeah.
you know.
But you're gonna spend $70,000, $80,000 to save maybe 20 or 30 override. I mean, the math just doesn't add up. That's why I
Yeah.
say it's a waste of money. I mean, yeah, if it's something really big, but where we're at so far, how far are we over on the existing project? $20,000, $30,000 maybe, if that. So why would we spend 50, 60, 70,000 to save? I mean, I don't agree with it at all myself. That's my thoughts.
With that deal on the jail, though, Kent, question, we just had a foreman that was pretty well right on the job site every day.
Mhm.
And I guess he was working for the engineer firm. It wasn't for another firm. But that was included to have that person there that did all the
Yeah.
inspections and everything.
Well,
like that.
and I'm not sure how Call Valley will handle that. Will they, once we really get into the project, will they have an on-site person? Or is it just like as needed?
I think that's up to us to just make sure we get what we.
Because, there's stuff, once you get in a project like that, there's stuff that comes up
Right.
daily.
But usually that's brought to the attention to the commission.
Somewhat,
I mean,
yeah.
Bud's pretty much on it as far as bringing stuff to the commission. They've been updating us with stuff, and most of the changes that were done that cost some money was changes that was done by him, the commission, like the heating and things like that, that went back and cost a little more money, or just different changes that you noticed that maybe we
But,
should.
but it
be
shouldn't be our foreman, whether Bud, just in this situation, Bud's down there, but it should be their construction person who's ever on site brings it to the company, brings it to us. And it should not be through our supervision. I mean, that's just,
And we can specify that too.
you're right, right.
Okay.
On the table, I put a letter that we received from Call Valley with the punch list items on it. I just received too late for the packet.
Go ahead.
The other thing is really just a couple of items for, county counselor cannot be here today, and he does have some business that he needs to discuss with the board. So he asked if he could be added to the agenda for the next meeting, the payday meeting on the 31st. Some of the things that he has, I believe, are comes into this.
I have no problems.
I don't have any problem with that.
Okay. And then the other, the last thing to think about is really we have an election coming up in November, the general election. And generally, we would canvass that on, usually it's the Monday following, that's a holiday. So usually be the Tuesday, which would be the 12th. However, you are all at KAC, or those of you who are attending will be gone at KAC. And there has been a change to the law. We can hold that canvas. We have a little more flexibility when we can hold that. So I was looking at potentially maybe November 15th as the date to hold that canvas. Just wanted to see if that's and we do have to publish this, so I want to make sure that we pick a date that works for you.
Be fine with me.
Yeah, I have no problem. Meeting will be over with then.
Okay.
As far as I know.
Okay. So that's all I have.
Okay, Road and Bridge, Brian?
All right. Fuel bids, transport fuel bids. Yeah, they're all the same there, so. F service was low on the 1,500 gallons of diesel fuel and then cooperative wasn't low by the other ones.
But these right here are all one, aren't they?
What's that?
Isn't this a total? I mean, you don't have area 1,
Yes.
2, and 3, so this is a total bid, right? You can't break it out, am I correct?
Correct.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
this is the
Yeah,
total.
transport, okay,
Okay.
correct. So based on that would be cooperative.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the transport fuel bid from the Cooperative Grain Supply amount of $16,893.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Yeah. Area fuel bids were all with cooperative on all 3 areas.
Okay. Area fuel bids, area 1, 2, and 3, all the low bids are all for Cooperative Grain. Area 1 in the amount of $2,870. Area 2, $4,173, and area 3, $3,978 for a total of $11,021.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all those in favor?
We've been talking about, we had the front and loader backhoe bids for last week. We've kind of realized with the budget adjustments and stuff like that, I think we're not going to proceed with that this year based on that. We were kind of interested more in the skid steer and possibly some other way to trim up trees. We feel that's a more important thing, whether it's the flail mower or the carbide tip mower, whatever else. Put both of those together would be less than what it'd be for the backhoe, and we feel we get more use out of those this year than we would the backhoe. So we're not going to go anywhere with that. But with that, we talked about taking the wheeled skid steer and either passing it on to the county lake and or trading it in or whatever else. Based on what they're saying, the thing is in premier shape. That's what the salesman said. That I guess I look at the fact that it's beneficially we'd be better off trading it in than what we would passing it on to the county lake. But that's a decision you guys can sure make either way you want to go. They could use it out there and everything else, but then they'd be getting like I said, a premier machine where it'd be more beneficial. It's an 07 with like less than 1,100 hours on it. As far as use, it's fantastic shape. So I guess get your input on what your thoughts would be on that.
we can't use it for cleaning culverts or anything?
Once you get it off the road, you're gonna blow tires, you're gonna get stuck.
What were we using it for then?
It hasn't been used like it should have been, is the issue. Yeah, and that's what I'm getting at, is because it's, you get it off road with, you get a short little stub like this, boom, you blow a tire, and it's several $100s, and it's a pain to try to work on those tires. But you start digging in any kind of dirt or any kind of soft stuff, you're just buried, and you'll spend more time digging it out. The track machine has much more surface area to work with. You can turn it a lot sharper in those areas and things like that. I mean, it's actually meant for that. With all the work we have to do under bridges and stuff like that, if you're working on a solid dry surface, not a problem with those track machines. But you get any kind of a slope or whatever else, and it's not good. And honestly, everybody that I've talked with that's ran one said, yeah, we have underutilized that machine and we need to use it more because we've got all these attachments for it and things like that we're not using. So, but like I said, it's up to you guys. I mean, they're rough figures was about $60,000 to get a comparable machine to what we have now. I mean, almost identical machine other than tracks. That all the attachments would, they're all interchangeable anymore depending on what brand, and then they're all the same. So, like I said, trading it in, I think it'd be a better value, but obviously I think it'd be good for the county lake too.
So have they given you any type of estimated trade-in value?
The numbers they gave me were if it was bought at an auction, or if you took it to auction, you'd probably get $21,500, $22,000, but a trade-in value, whatever else, would be around $28,000. Now I'm guessing when that thing was originally built or bought, it was probably in the $35,000 to $40,000 range. So you take a piece of equipment that's 12 years old, it's still worth a considerable amount of retail.
And what is the cost of the one that you want to buy?
Just rough guess, $55,000, $60,000. Now that was just with Bobcat, comparing Bobcat to Bobcat. Obviously we'd go out to bid to whoever else, maybe they'd be better. As far as Bobcats, I mean, I can't think of really a bad one. I mean, between John Deere, Cat, Case, Bobcat, they're all good pieces of equipment. But like I said, I can tell you right now that if we take that wheel machine out there, we're just gonna have a little mess, especially with all the flooding and the wet silt and stuff. In comparison to put the paddle scraper down there in the same situation. If you're on soft, wet soil, you're better off not even putting the scraper down there because you just bury it and then you gotta dig it out.
Have you ever looked at one of those small excavators?
Small excavators are great. The problem is that you still need a trailer to run them around, everything else.
Yeah, but with one of those, you basically pull it with a 3/4 ton pickup.
Right, but you only have, you're only dealing with maybe a foot wide bucket. You don't have a lot of reach.
Yeah, I'm thinking about culverts.
Oh yeah, but with what we do in our culverts, the John Deere backhoe we have is great shape.
Okay.
But what I'm talking about is if you don't have, and the other thing is, as far as cleaning out the brush, stuff like that, we've got that brush cutter on the front there. You can go into the rain, just back and forth and wipe out a bunch of brush quickly. So.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission?
Yeah, I got a question or a statement, not to question so much, but Bryson, this is nothing against you or anything. The machine that was purchased, we was told that it was going to be out and used for exactly the same thing what you're saying. The foreman at that time, or the supervisor at that time, never really got that project started, never got it going. It was used occasionally, but never that much. Commission, I think that if we get one of these machines, I don't see why that we couldn't borrow it from the lake, could borrow it at some time to out there for a week or so, probably do what they need to do at some time or another. I'd also like the commission to take a look at the wildlife refuge up there and around the reservoir. And I'm trying to think of the road, be 210th and not Jade, it'd be
Out there by French Creek?
yeah, somewhere out in there. I can't think exactly. We cleaned our whole transmission line that goes through the refuge reservoir, just here within the last 60 days. And this person had a track hoe cat with a high volume machine fluid, and that high volume fluid deal, it run a shredder. They walked up to trees, and it was a circular blade with the carbon teeth that you was talking about. It walked up and it took down 30-foot trees, 60-foot trees by itself. And then as far as shredding the brush, like it would do in our ditches, it completely pulverized the little stuff, not the big stuff, but the little stuff. It pulverized it. And that's what we really need, is something that you could pulverize, not have to pick it up. I mean, it just pulverizes it
They
right
call that
there.
like our land reclamations.
Something to that effect.
Grinder or
If
something.
you guys was to drive through there, I mean, drive down there.
I've seen them use that, Dave. It's amazing what they go through.
Yeah, and I'd like to give you the exact location so you can see it real good, but it did a wonderful job. It's just an attachment that fits right on the front of these track hose, or not track hose, skid steers. And it's about 4 foot wide, but it does a super good job. And I just seen it done here, and I really think that's somewhere what we need to be, but they're not cheap.
Yeah. We actually have similar to that they just bought this year that goes on the front of there. And I will agree with you. I think it's skid steer is the most underutilized piece of equipment you have, because you can lift, you can dig, you can haul, you can travel, you can put all these attachments on it. And I will tell you that it will be used. I understand this hasn't been used in the past, but by going with the skid steer option, that's what we were talking about too, is to getting one of those that goes on, like the end of an excavator, that we can go down the road and just get rid of. Because I mean, we have got hundreds and hundreds, I mean, maybe even, I hate to guess, I mean, miles of trees that you cannot get through the roads anymore. And that, especially with a hedge, you can't trim a hedge. There's so many branches and stuff. You can go along with this and just knock all that down. We've spent considerable money in the past, I guess, hiring people to do this, where we have our own machines. So, like I said, that's what we're looking at, is those two in combination. I think we can make a world of difference. And I do agree with the fact is that I think it'd be a great thing if the county lake wanted to use that, because we're not going to be using it all the time. I mean, if the guys are blading, but my plan is to set up a specific, maybe 1 day a month, 2 days a month, that the guys go out, they trim trees, they do guardrails, whatever else, to get ahead of that, because obviously we're not getting to them, or they haven't been done in the past, and we need to do that. So,
Whatever happened to the old buzz saws that we used to side trim all the hedges and everything with? They used to just go up and down the road and just buzzed them right off.
well, the downfall to the rotary ones, like the rotary mower is, that's very, very hard on them to do that. You break blades, you break all that stuff. They're really not meant for that.
Well,
That's
I'm
what-
talking about actually had a
Oh,
buzz saw
sure,
blade on.
sure. I believe they call that OSHA. And
I think there's still a guy in McPherson County
Yeah.
County that's still doing it for
That
the
is
county.
Countryside Landscaping, that's who we hired.
Yeah.
And you didn't talk quarter mile, you talked miles is what you
Yes,
had done.
yeah, because they get a lot of stuff done.
I mean,
Yeah.
you said we spent a lot of money, but I think it was well worth it. We covered miles, we did not cover just quarter
Well,
miles.
and
do that for a
honestly,
week.
what I'm looking at for an amount of, as much as we have to do, I think we could pay for one very quickly. So, but like I said, that's the reason why we decided, maybe not with the backhoe, we would go into get the skid steer and get this tree trimmer and still be under what that.
Would you say, Bryce, that the skid steer has a maximum, from what I've seen from that other one over there that did those for us? I don't know, maybe 8 foot high, but maybe reach that high.
The problem you get with that is the higher you raise it, that it starts throwing stuff out, or else all those attachments are meant to be on the ground as much as possible,
Yeah.
so that you don't throw that thing. And that's the other thing, is when you've got a buzzsaw, you just got stuff
Yeah.
flying all over the place, where if you get more of the self-contained unit, it's not as bad. So, but honestly, I think, what we had talked about is we've got the trailer out there at the south shop that we're not using much. We had talked about just basically making that a dedicated skid steer trailer that we can put the attachments up on front, so you just take it out there with the skid steer and you use whatever you need to while you're there, and it saves them hauling out with several trucks or whatever else. So, I mean, if interested, I could get you some videos showing the difference between the two machines and that kind of issue. But especially in sandy soil, skid steers are, the rubber tire skid steer in sand is just an absolute joke. Because all they do is spin. You can't dig with them, you can't get out, you can't.
Yeah, so they don't have much clearance.
This little machine we have, a larger machine, or is it a mid-sized machine?
I would say probably mid-size, and the number I got from John Deere was basically equivalent. One is track, one is the rubber tire. So I don't think we need to go anything bigger, simply because we've got the backhoes and the excavators to do that. And then smaller, you still got to have a substantial machine, and we would get a high flow as well as the pin attachment for all of our other stuff too. So.
Okay. Anything else from the commission?
Yeah, I have one thing that's a little bit different, just a question for you. Bryce, I had asked, I think it was a week, 2 weeks ago, about the job descriptions for Jesse.
Yes.
Because currently, we do have by description 2 people getting paid to do the same job.
Right.
And so,
We have that scheduled for next week with Brad on the calendar, so when Brad's here, we can go through that whole thing. So.
okay.
Anything else for Bryce?
No, I just the commission wish to allow Bryce to do this, or only thing I'd say, Bryce, is if you was to go that way, I don't want 7 years later. I won't be here 7 years later.
Well, I'm telling you, that's like I said, it's just the stuff you can do with one of them is just they're very versatile, and tree trimming and shrubbing and digging, and like I said, we've got so much work under bridges that we need to really go in and do too, and that's a perfect example of how to use it.
And it is in your budget that you can afford.
Yeah, yeah. Even with the reductions that we've talked about, for the rock over and stuff.
So would that be a cash purchase then, since you're not talking a lot of money with the exchange?
Well, like I said, with the exchange wise, I think, we've got the money that'd be a cash purchase.
Do they negotiate the price down at all? Do you really kind of put them up to the wall about?
Well, honestly, they'll come right out and tell you. I mean, you look at the pickups compared to what they offer retail and a government rate. It's they're basically at cost. Let's put it that way. So.
That's rarely ever the case.
Well, I know, but I mean, they're like everybody else. That's why they don't charge sales tax and everything else. They're trying to get, they're trying to help out the cities and counties and states and federal government too. So.
Well, I think they're sales tax exempt because they deal with governments and
Right,
things
right.
like that.
But I'm saying,
Not trying to
I
save
mean,
money, but
dollar wise, it's, so. But yeah, we put up the best rate we can, and so far, from what I understand, we've had very good support from all the different vendors and stuff we have there. So.
because if you're spending about $60,000 for that, and you have about a $28,000 trade-in, I don't know that it'd be worth financing.
Oh,
If
well,
you have the cash.
Sure. Yeah.
Then you wouldn't want to pay interest on that.
Right.
At any rate.
Yep.
Okay. I just was asking.
Yep.
Would you look at 40,000, you think, or less?
Well, I would say less. I mean, the difference. I mean, because honestly, as soon as he got out of the truck and he saw that machine, his eyes got big. Because I mean, it's like I said, it's a premium machine that anybody would want to have. Being that old, and like I
Then
said,
maybe 28,000 would be a low.
I think so.
think
I mean,
you
and that's what he's
negotiate
telling.
better.
Yeah, that's what he's
Yeah.
telling me. That I think that and the other thing is, if we go out to bids to it, all them people would want to come in and look at it too. And the other thing about if we did trade it in as compared to going out to the lake, because if I send it out to the lake, I'd have to send the 2 buckets with it. We'd have to return buy the 2 buckets back here. So that's going to save another $5,000 to $6,000 probably. So.
You might give us just a short report on your booth.
I think it went exceptionally well. We had people come up and comment, hey, we've got this. We've made up the little index cards for people to fill out name, phone number, and what the concern was. Quite a few people filled those out. I said, well, we would look at them. They said, we totally understand. We don't want it to be an emergency because we know you've got so much to work with. And people, once they saw the flood damage pictures we had, I think they're like, wow, because a lot of places haven't been able to see some of that stuff. And seeing, talking about the volume of water released from the reservoir, I mean, it's hard to comprehend that kind of volume. And even though the reservoir had to open the gates as much as it did, caused the amount of flooding downstream. If the reservoir wasn't there, it would have been catastrophic, plain and simple. So, you know, I hate to think what would happen downstream. And Corps of Engineers, like everybody else, they don't look at one reservoir per se, but they look at the system. And so they just released enough water to get it down to, you know, kind of where normal was. They were what they were taking is what they were letting out. And so, but I think for the most part it went great. I didn't really have anybody that had any negative comments, you know, they just, once they saw those pictures, said, wow, you know, so. And as like everybody else, you know, the people that filled out the index cards, we've gotten back with them and so. But,
Very good.
I want to go back to one other thing. You said that you're on the agenda for next week with Brad on the,
Mhm.
so you have it pretty much compiled?
Yeah.
And you send it to Brad?
Yeah,
Oh.
well, I haven't sent it to him yet, but that's just what we were talking about.
Okay. So when you sent that to Brad, could you send a copy to the commission as well so
Yeah.
that we all, because I'd like to have a
Sure,
chance to
sure.
review it so
I'll
I
send
know
it
what
to
for
you.
questions
Sure, yeah.
to ask,
Yeah, yeah.
if I had any.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, Galen?
Morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Well, you have my little report I had. We had like since the last time we met, last quarter, I've helped 26 people with pre-retirement, signing up for Medicare, prescription drug, or Social Security. We had the commodities in June, and we got the Marion Happy Hustler 4-H group that came over and helped us, a bunch of little kids, and I was really wondering, could they pull this off? And they did a great job. And so our next shipment comes here in August. And so just really lately here, just struggling with finding enough volunteers. And so hope to try to find some other volunteers to help us in August. And then also just throughout the rest of the year. I'm also right now in the process of offering a balance class in Hillsboro. It's Movement Balance, and it started June 26th, and then that will end August 8th, and that's just once a week that I'm going over there. We still have some farmer market vouchers that are left, and I'll probably put something in the newspaper this week to see if we can't get rid of the rest of them that we have. Let's see. And then just a lot of activity in regards to our senior centers with Peabody and the flooding. Have just been helping them. I went to the state FEMA meeting that they had and helped them fill out that application. The Small Business Association came down and looked at their building here in June just to see if they would be at all eligible for a loan. And so just also been talking to Julie Gobert Walters at North Central Flint Hills, because I called her after the flood, just asking if the Kansas Department on Aging maybe had some funds to help them. Sent her some information about 2 weeks ago with just some amounts that they had of things to replace carpeting, remove mold, those kinds of things. So I don't, we'll see if they get some money from there. And then the Marion Senior Center, they here the 1st of July became a satellite center. Hillsboro's making the food. And then we have a volunteer who's going over and picking that up and bringing it back. And then they've found some volunteers to help serve those meals. And then they're also doing Meals on Wheels with that. The Durham Senior Center, they met in the community center, and that got flooded, and so I'm not quite sure where that leaves them at, but whether they'll find another place or they won't meet until that community center gets fixed back up. Just not real sure about that.
Who owns that community center there?
The city does.
City does.
Yeah. And then July 19th, we had a Senior Citizens Marion County Board meeting and had discussed, because the bylaws for the senior citizens of Marion County was that they would have representation from 3 districts, and since we're going to 5 districts, then they have now changed to 5-district representation. And so we'll be working on that come this, because they do elections here at their annual meeting. The annual meeting is in Hillsborough this year, and we're honoring people who volunteer. So already have one application for that. And in regards to transportation, we have been very, very busy with that. Over a 2-week period, we had a trip every day. And this week, we have at least a couple. And last week, we had like 3 or 4. So it's been hopping in regards to that. So.
You have any trouble with drivers then, finding drivers?
Summer is sometimes a challenge because people go on vacation and that kind of thing. And so, yeah, we're down to about 4 or 5 volunteers right now. And when you have a trip every day, it's like, okay, we called him for yesterday, who do we call today? That kind of thing. So that's been, it's just hard to come up with volunteers. And we've talked about putting something out there in regards to transportation. We have a list of people, but some people just want to, just drive in Marion or in Marion County. And then there are some people who say, yeah, we need to go to Wichita, I'll be glad to take people. So it just kind of varies. So that's all I had.
Okay.
What do you expect on the food situation? Are we trying to bring people back into Marion to cook, or are we going to try this for a test period?
Oh, okay, yeah. The plan was North Central came down. I kind of called them because things were kind of shaky here, and I just called them and I said, I think we need to come up with some kind of plan of what's going to happen here. Because you just can't be canceling meals every day and people thinking they're going to come in. So then they came down, and the plan right now is that they would be a satellite for July and August. And then I think North Central is planning on running an ad sometime here in August, looking for applicants to come back in. As I wrote in my report, the pay is not the greatest. The hours are only 5. There's a lot to do. It's not just coming in and making food. It's like making sure your freezers are all the right temperature. And
Food ordered for tomorrow.
yeah, food and, menu planning, ordering food, all those kinds of things. It's a pretty extensive job, and most people who have had the job do it. It takes them longer than 5 hours, but they just don't get paid these extra hours.
Is there any way that they can get a pay scale that, would make it attractive to someone?
That's what North Central says they can afford. And I do know that Hillsborough Senior Center, they pay a stipend, an extra $150, and I don't know what Peabody does, but I know they pay the cook either an extra hour, they pay her an extra hour for the day, or they pay her extra money. I'm not quite sure on that.
So the pay for the cook is $7.25?
It just went up to $7.46, and you can go work at,
$7.46.
you can go to Casey's and make pizza for $9.
Yeah, so it just sounds to me like this organization that's putting this together is just, absolutely cutting their own nose off to spite their face, because what good is, you're not gonna get people. Dedicated,
they have
good people to do that. And to even expect people to do that, I think is kind of outrageous for $7.46. That's back when I was a child.
Yeah. Usually the people who have it are people who are retired and just need a little bit of extra income, and so it's an ideal for them. Or it's somebody who's they're not looking for it's extra money. It's not like they're doing it to make a living, because there's no way you can make a living on this.
So I guess, did I hear you just say that you have a hard time filling those positions because of the pay, or do you not have trouble filling them?
Well, it seems like Marion has just kind of struggled here with that. And I don't know, I think the pay and the hours can be I feel like can be an issue for them.
Even if they're retired people looking for extra money, it's got to be at least reasonable.
Right.
To get out of bed and go to do that.
Right.
Gas to travel to
Right.
and from. So I just think that's kind of silly.
Yeah. I guess it's also the people that have done it in the past have seen it as a service. that they feel like that's a service that is needed, and so.
More of a
for them-
community servant than
Right.
trying to make any money.
Right, that's what it's, I mean, that's the kind of people that they've had in the past.
And that's been, and that goes back to what we battle with, like the volunteers and things like that. You know, back in the day, we had lots of people who would volunteer, but in today's world, it's just, you just can't hardly do it.
Right,
And support a family,
right.
so, but anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Gail.
You're welcome.
All right, we're right on schedule here. Get Scott's with us. I think Scott's doing they're running off some stuff, so why don't we take a 5-minute break? We're right on schedule. We'll resume back at 9:50. We'll turn it over to you, Scott.
Okay. Okay, bless Tina's heart. She had done some work on like the middle column, different things that we kind of have to do to get it done. It's not as maybe as far as I want to be just because of the things I've had going on. But what I want to do here is start at the big picture again. That's why I made these copies for you here. So I changed something at the bottom of this so it kind of maybe help you see it in again, maybe just a little different, but in that very bottom right-hand corner, I say transfer from general fund to risk management, and that's a question mark. I didn't put a question mark after that, but what that is right there is the 282 that we've been talking about. That's the total amount of assessed value increase at the same dollars as last year. So the mill levy would not go up, it would be the same. And that's what I did on this sheet. So if you look at column O, at the bottom of column O, you'll see 74,237. And if you look at column K, you'll see 74,237. Okay? Option 1 here, because we really have 2 funds here in need, more than the normal in need. And we have to decide where to put that, where to put that need, okay? It's the gravel roads, okay? And the amount of money we've already spent on gravel roads, and that's why when Tina was working on the middle column, it's so important to work on that middle column, because if you spend all your cash in 19, you won't have it to fund the budget in 2020, okay? So what I did here to keep, you know, we've always talked about this flexibility. So wherever you put these dollars, you want to make sure it's flexible so that you can cover what you need to cover. So in option 1 here, I'm calling it option 1, that 282,311 would all go into the general fund, okay? And Tina can help me here, but the reason that I thought about it in that respect on option 1 is because if you remember the $189,000 that we transferred to risk management fund last year in that piece of the over above the tax lid, if it's used, it either has to be spent out of that fund or transferred back to general fund. So I was trying to think of a way in that 189, plus if you determine this 40,892 down here below, okay, that's where you want it in the risk management fund. I was trying to think of a way to make a trail so that it would be transparent for people, okay? So if we need to use that money for the road, the gravel roads, I would almost like, this in this option, I'd almost like to come into like the road and bridge section of your general fund where you've got the sales tax and the transfers to capital improvement, and put one more line that says, well, I was trying to think how, right, basically what it says in the tax lid, that these are road funds spent waiting on FEMA reimbursement. Well, we would cut it down, and that line would just be that amount, that 189 that we would transfer back from risk management and show it as a line item to go to roads, if that's what you would decide to do. That would be one option, okay? And what that does, then it keeps all the road money together in the general fund. It has one line item, and then when that gets reimbursed, that would actually go back into the general fund, and then you could put it back over into risk management down the road, okay? That would be one option. Tina had another, because of the way the road and bridge fund set up, this next one on page, and I don't have a number today, sorry about that, but the next one would be the amount, and we'll see these in detail here in a little bit, but that amount, that circle amount, 324.88, that amount would be the amount of levy increase to put the gravel roads where they should be in the general fund. I mean, in the road and bridge fund. And we've talked about this quite a bit. 750,000 is what we kind of had budgeted. She changed the column, and we'll look at this in detail, but she changed the column to 1.6 million to get you to the end of the year, okay? So what we're really looking at is doubling that one line item in the 2019 column, with using some of that money, the 189, and waiting on FEMA's reimbursement. So that could be the other option. Instead of levying that additional tax lid money and that 189, is actually putting it directly in the road and bridge fund as a levy, and reducing, as you see up there, reducing the general fund levy at the very top line by 38,177 to keep the mill levy the same, okay? Now that one is okay, but it's a little bit harder to get the risk management money over to the road and bridge fund, because the risk management money is a general fund transfer. And so that's why I was thinking the other way, maybe to put a line over in the road and bridge section of the general fund, so that money could just go, you know, back and forth. When you get reimbursed, it could just go right back into risk management to reimburse that 189 that was used to help out. So those are really, in looking at this, those are the two options in the two funds that probably are the ones that we have to talk about the most today, okay? Because those are, I always like to put money in the general fund because it gives you flexibility to pay anything. If you put it in the road and bridge, I mean, we already know we've spent it in the road and bridge fund, but if you put it in the road and bridge fund, you have to use it for strictly road and bridge if something else came up. So those are kind of the two options I looked at when I was looking at her sheets, okay? She had sent me this next sheet, and I might just let you kind of explain, Tina, what this sheet does. But this is the transfer shop phase 1 and office, and just some numbers. And so if you want to go through it and kind of bring us up to date.
Okay. So on this sheet, basically I have, this is just for phase 1, and then for the planning phase for phase 2, because those are what you've authorized as a board so far. So usually when we do these kind of capital projects, I try to track and make sure that we're not going over the expenses that were authorized by the board. And so at the top it shows that the approved amounts for the project and the engineering, and keep in mind that engineering that's shown there includes this phase plus the planning for the second and I believe third phase. And so basically each time we pay, then I track that on here, and it shows, you know, what we've paid out, what's still outstanding, if that makes sense. So at the bottom, basically, that on the bottom left, that you see that 100,811 down in the lower left-hand corner, all the way at the. Okay, that is basically the costs that are still outstanding on that project for this 2019.
Would that also be the difference between the 467,291 up at the top outstanding amount and the amount paid to vendors, 365? Would that be the, or might be?
Probably.
Or it's close.
If it's all calculating right, it
Anyway,
should
that's
be
what,
better.
yeah, so that's what's left over. to be spent yet, or what's been authorized to be spent yet on the transfer station.
Yeah, I don't think those top right-hand numbers, I probably need to proof those to make sure it's adding
Yeah.
everything correctly.
Not a problem. Anything else that you want to share on that before I was going to ask him some questions about David Barterbury that was here the other day?
Yeah, I don't think so, unless the board has questions about it.
Commission, any questions?
No.
Oh, it's pretty close, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, so I don't know if you have this one-page sheet that David gave us the other day. But I was just kind of real quick so I can kind of see where you all are at. Kind of what we were thinking on these 6 options, because these 6 options, there's different ways to do the budget if you do these 6 options. Go ahead. So, the first one, if you remember, and David, I told David I really like this one page. I like things simple. This was nice, kind of summarized everything. But option 1 was just the GO bonds. Option 2 was sales tax GO bonds. And 3 was revenue bonds, which probably wouldn't recommend. And then going to the far right was the just normal lease purchase on that, determining what year. And then certificates of participation. You see that some years, like if you're all familiar with McPherson, on the very north end of the town, there's all those ball fields up there. And a rec commission cannot own land. So they have a 99-year lease from the city on all those ball fields up there. And they were done by certificates of participation, which would be option 5 there. And so it's like a lease purchase, but there's actually a third party, like in that case, I think it's a bank in Kansas City that acts as the trustee. So you would make the payments, and then that trustee to that third party, and then that trustee makes the payments or certificates of participation. As you can see in that option 1, it's not subject to the tax lid. Okay, so I guess I was just wanting to see what you thought about just the, kind of, because I assume we've done this much work already, because we've looked at this sheet, we've spent $365,000, have about $100,000 left on the planning phase and all that. I was just curious what you as a commission's thoughts were of which direction to head, or at least which way to calculate it. Because if you remember, we have transfer station fees, so there's a part of that goes into there. Then there's this option. How do we make up the rest of that? So I'd like to hear anybody's thoughts on that part.
I'll start off, I guess, if nobody else wants to jump out here after Scott, or not Scott, but Dave Barterbury the other day. Option 2, folks, is, and I know Kent's constituents, I know them, we talked with them even on the jail and everything, but they're still here, still doing business. 0.2%, not 0.20%, 0.2%, right? That's what he told us.
That's what he said, yeah.
Yeah. It's hard to not to go to that option, because we've seen what it does. We've seen that it pays the project off, and I think that was 6 or 7 years is what he had figured out at that percent, something like that. I I know what you're saying with your constituents over there, but you talk about property taxes and things like that. This to me is option 2 is the only way that I would like to go with it.
Well, I was kind of surprised when Dave said that, I really thought maybe the lease purchase on something like that would be a hard animal to sell. But after listening to him, it sounds like there are, it may have to go outside of the county, I don't know. There are banks in this county that could do the lease purchase. my thought, because I hadn't been in that type of lease purchase environment, would be, we'd be looking at 3 to 5 years max. But after hearing him, it sounds like, you know, we could possibly get a 7 to 10 year lease purchase on that. And so, you know, that, to me, that, it makes it sound like we could cash flow that type of a payment. 3 to 5 years, I was concerned we'd be able to cash flow annual payments or semi-annual, however they'd be made up. I think if we can get a 7 to 10 year, it's gonna make it a lot easier on the budget to cash flow those payments. Plus, we're still in a rate environment where we can get competitive rates on something like that. You know, if we were still looking at what the Fed was doing at the start of last year, I'd be a little bit reluctant, but now we may even get a cut this week.
That's right. So, my understanding with your viewpoints would be property tax would be involved.
Well, we're not looking at raising any mill levy at all.
I understand that, but you're still looking at property tax, correct?
Property tax will fund it, but
Yeah.
can we control the mill levy? To me, if we can control the mill levy, you know, I know we got a nice bump this year. We really don't know what's gonna happen down the road. But, I think we can handle it. To me, we can handle it that way. And I realize, you know, I understand where Randy's coming from. I mean, it does look attractive when you think, oh, we can get some people from outside the county to help pay for this. But, you know, to what extent that is happening in the past, I don't know, because we don't have any figures on that. You know, did 30% of the funding from the jail come from out of the county, or 10% or 2%? You know, it'd be kind of nice to know that, but I don't know how you would ever track that. You'd have to track a project, I guess, through its
somehow,
and see how that revenue flowed. But, you know, I'm still leaning toward lease purchase.
Okay.
Of course, some of that's going to depend on what we come up with a final price on this thing, because, you know, we're way out on where we thought we were going to be. So, you know, there may be some cost cutting involved before we get done too.
the reason why I'm questioning sales or property tax, Ken, because what I've seen with personal experience here, we had a payment of $112,000 coming, or $110,000 to $12,000 coming out of the revenue from the trash, and then now we've added recycling and all that expense to that department too. So I don't know, and I was thinking if we could still have $100,000 a year payment out of that trash department, if that would be, we'd have to go to 10 to 15 years for that, just that department to handle the funds there. So that's why I asked about property tax is going to have to
And,
be
you know,
included.
to me, the longer the term we can get on a lease purchase, the better. You know, maybe there's someone out there that'll do longer than 10 years. I'd be surprised, but it's possible.
So, and I disagree with both of you, naturally. I think we have the reserves. I don't know what we have, I think it's 4 million or something. I think we should borrow from ourselves. That was brought up. I just fancy this is a large dollar. We do have $800,000 there, so for a $2 million project, and I'm just throwing that number out, $2 million, to borrow $1.2 million or something from ourselves, we would not be putting ourselves in a payment situation. We don't know what the future's gonna be, and to project 10 years, 15 years, or whatever, all these payments that we're making, we're gonna become payment broke. And I know the time is right today, but even what we have in the assessed value, speculation has it that these ag lands are gonna plummet in a couple years. Then where are we gonna be? So I just think the smart, wise thing to do is borrow it from ourselves and make that payment back to ourselves. I just don't think that would be, I think that'd be the smartest thing to do. That's my opinion.
The only thing that I see with that, Diane, is that we've got roads out here that needs to be repaired, and that's the big ticket item. That's why the reserve has always been up there for roads, to do roads. We've done a lot. There's over $4 million of roads up in your section up there, And I've got some people down south and in the middle that don't have, we haven't spent that kind of money on roads, so
Yeah, but we're not gonna take the road repair out of the reserves at this point in time, the way
that's where.
the way it's
that's where-
being
that's where-
projected.
Yeah, but that's where our funds are, is for the reserves, for the roads.
But
If
we
we
had
borrow-
discussed that we should take, we have
If
money
we
that
borrow
can take
from
out
ourselves
outright.
though, doesn't
About
that,
capital improvement? Yeah, that's what he's saying. You're saying the same thing. You both are saying the same thing. Capital improvement is where the reserve is at because it's general fund money. The one thing I'd said the other day is if it's sales tax, the portion of that 80% that's I'd have to go back, I mean, we may have a track, but have to go back and see how much of that is the 80% transfer over to the capital improvement from sales tax. That portion, I personally, I'm not an attorney, but I don't think we can touch because that's what that resolution originally said, is that that money is sales tax money for roads. So that portion of the capital improvement fund that had that sales tax money associated with it, that we couldn't touch. Now, it's gonna be less than, because there's 7 mills of other money, of general fund money that's transferred over into that fund.
So at no rate then would the road money be jeopardized because we can't
That's-
touch it?
Well, no, that's what okay, the other day I explained that there's a portion of that money that has a resolution tied to it, and
Right.
it's sales tax, okay?
Right.
There's a portion of that was set up back in 2001 or 2 there, that is general fund transfer of 7 mills, okay? And that 7 mills was a tax levy put on the general fund to transfer over into that. So that was put as road and bridge, or road money, but it doesn't have an official resolution. It has more of a, I don't know what you call that, in the minutes, that was what, back in 2001 or 2, they said, yeah, this money would be levied, it'd be transferred. I'm not sure about, it's not,
Okay.
it's not an official,
Okay.
it's not an
Okay.
official
That's good.
resolution like the sales tax money is. But I would have to say that for 17 years, 18 years now, that's what the citizens of Marion County think it's for.
They probably don't know anymore. I didn't even know about it. I mean, and when you talk about, I think if they knew that and it wasn't official versus raising their sales tax, I think they would rethink it if they knew the facts and the details. I'm just saying, I think they would rethink. It's just my opinion.
Yeah.
I think the sales tax, whether it's the best way to go, I think it's gonna be a hard thing to get passed. That's just my thoughts. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, Bernie Sanders seems to think people should be delighted to pay more taxes, so I could be wrong.
you know, I suppose back at the time when we were building a jail, a lot of people didn't think we needed a new jail either.
Correct, it works.
Trash is kind of the same thing. What do you need to trash is trash. Well, yeah, but you have to be able to handle it.
One of the questions that's brought up there is the net difference. Okay, and I had to look up the 18 audit report, I wasn't sure that off the top of my head, but the net difference in transfer station money between revenue coming in and expenditures going out. So like in 17, you had a net difference of 108,505, okay? Almost at 110, okay? So let's just say that lease purchase payment in the middle, okay, so that lease, or bond payment, whatever it is. So if you had a net difference, and I don't have that track, we can look back pretty easy on the audit reports and see what that is for like the last 7 to 10 years. And that there, to me, tells you more than anything. You can say, oh, we got cash there, or we got, you know, there, but how can we, like what a banker would do, you know, how can I make this loan? Is that cash flow gonna be there to make that payment for that 6 to
I mean,
7 to 10 years?
that's the way I look at it, is that department, you know, income expense is gonna cash flow that lease purchase payment.
Now, I
bond
think
payment,
this
whatever
is
it is.
skewed a little bit because we have money in 18, 102,000 that was spent for the South Transfer Station, is a line item in there, okay? So there's part of that profit, but we have a negative 80,439 as the net difference between revenue and expense in 18. But that 102 is probably that, what would that be considered, just engineering fees up front or actual, what was that paid
It
for?
was.
Part of it was, I'd have to look back in my files.
See what I'm
but
saying,
there was
so-
engineering, but, and then probably some geo
Yeah.
stuff.
Geological cert stuff.
And you have to remember that in 17 and 18, the new fee had not kicked in. So there's another, we had figured out, I don't know what that number was the other day, but it's instead of 539,000 or something like that, it'll be 600,000. I mean, there was a little bit more money that was coming in because of that fee going up. So that would be one thing I kind of want to see which direction you wanted to go here, but that would be something I think, Jamie and I, we're going to stay here the rest of the day just to kind of get our arms around all this, but I think that's one thing we could just go through real quick and figure out what that net difference has been over the last 7 to 10 years, the same period of time, plus add that revenue that's increased from $81 a fee to $100, I think it was, or something. Kick that in and just see what that looks like for the next 7 years, to see if it sustained itself with the payment. But that's the way I would look at it from here out, depending on, and that would tell you anyway, I mean, that would tell you whether you went, now sales tax is probably gonna pay the whole, like the 1.2 that you're missing. At the end of 18, we had 766,000 sitting there, and I don't have that right in front of me. Do you remember, are we about that place right now, or is that where that money's been coming out? I assume
We've been
that-
paying the money
paying
out of there
Yeah, okay.
for the
So
project.
So this 365,000 that you've paid out to date to these vendors would come off of there. So we're setting it, let's just say it's,
About 500,000.
yeah, 400,000. Okay, so that one right there, if we're in the process of doing it, that's something that we kind of need to know which direction we're headed. That's one of the bigger situations here we need to know, okay? The second one then, let's go back to our little sheet here. And let's flip, let's see what the next page was. I don't have these probably in the right order. You might help me, Tina, on the special machinery, special road machinery fund, which is the next, I think it's the next one in that group of 4 papers.
Hey.
Kind of what I think you discussed this with the engineer.
Yeah, and that was, Commissioners, that was in your packet today.
Yeah.
So, basically what Bryce and I discussed was, I did meet with him and we went through where we are with spending on all of the road and bridge funds. And so, in the special equipment fund, that's funded by 3 transfers per year from the road and bridge fund into the special equipment fund. And after discussing this with Bryce, we believe it was supposed to be 400,000 transferred in this year. We believe we're not gonna make the other 2 transfers because that $267,000 needs to help cover that expense on the rock. And so basically, if you look at on the expenditures, you see that we're 445,000 in the middle column is highlighted. That's what was initially budgeted for this current year for equipment purchases, not including lease purchase payments or anything like that. And so over to the right, if you take that 445,000, subtract off the 266,000 that we will not be transferring in, that leaves a revised balance that would be available for purchases in the current year of 178,333. We've already spent, or you've already approved spending these next 3 figures. So the 23,575 was already spent, 60,000 has been approved for those 2 pickups, and the 5,600 is for the trailer that you approved last week. So that leaves only 89,175 for equipment purchases. Now, we do have a line item in here of $50,000 at the bottom of the middle column there for equipment rental. And if we don't utilize that for equipment rental in the current year, you could potentially use some of that money or all of it for purchase. So I added that back in. So the total revised amount that we should spend should not exceed this 139,158 in this current year.
Thank you.
So right there, you can see why the middle column is very important, because in each of the funds we're working with, you have to determine how much cash carryover is, and that's what she's really saying is the potential cash carryover they're used for other things is at 139, 158, okay? Okay, let's flip to the next page, and we have the Spatial Bridge Fund down at the bottom. It's been circled there. The question I had on this one, Tina, was the 241,776 is what we levied in 19 up on the second line down in the middle column there. And then the levy on this one here is 129,144. So are we reducing that levy to help make up the difference in the levy in the road and bridge fund? Is that what we're?
I think that Bryce was hoping that some of it would be carried in this fund. But I know that the 75 is where they thought they would actually be as far as when they make their order to do some replacements.
So in the middle column, the 130 and the 75 in the expenditures there.
Right.
The highlight doesn't show up very well on your copy, but that would be what he thinks is going to be spent in 19 on bridges?
On the culverts.
On the culverts, okay.
I don't think that they would want to reduce the I don't remember what he put in on that line for.
So what you're saying there, then the levy then would go back to the 240 like it was from last year, 241,776?
Well, it might be, you might be able to move some of it, but let me see what he put in on that line item. I think I probably need to verify that. I
Okay.
would think potentially you would have some that could be moved.
Okay, so we'll find out for sure on that, okay? Next page we're gonna skip, it's election. I wanna keep on the road and bridge here. So the next page is road and bridge on the receipt side. And again, it's highlighted, you can't see it on the copy I made, but I circled it also, I believe. And it's 126,714, and that would be the federal exchange money that comes from the state of Kansas, isn't that correct?
Yes,
And that wasn't in there originally, was it?
correct.
Okay.
And that is the actual amount that we have available this year, and I did talk to Bryce about getting that in here, so that paperwork should be coming through to be able to get
Yeah.
those funds in here.
So that's about, not quite 1 mil that you'll be getting from there that'll help with the road and bridge fund. And hopefully the paperwork gets done, and you'll have that money in here to help with that. Flip the next page, I circled a number down at the bottom, the levy amount. And so just hold your finger there, or flip one more page, because let's talk about this next page first, and then we'll go back to that. So you have the levy down at the bottom that's circled, then the next page has a lot of writing and some circles and squares around it, okay? The commodity line in the gravel road section, that's that section with the big square, and then there's a circle of 1.6 million. That was the one I brought to your attention earlier. So we've spent, in 18, we spent 772 in the whole year, and I think that budget was 750 or somewhere around that in 19. And after she talked to Bryce, we moved it to 1.6 million, okay? So that's a double. And if you take 140,000, 3 times, that's 420, 560 is 4. It's about 5, get close to 5 to 6 mils difference that we have to figure out how to fund between what was budgeted and what's gonna end up costing you on the gravel roads in Marion County. So, back to what we were talking about with the reserves. Some of that, the 126 you just saw coming from the state of Kansas, will help fill that hole. No pun intended. That was bad. So the 126, the 189, that is the risk management money that we have setting, or the tax lid money that's sitting over in the risk management fund. So there now we're up to a little over 300,000, okay? Then some of the line items in this fund would have probably a little bit of extra money sitting in, because then you go up, and this is what happens, like both in the general fund and the road and bridge fund. If you just go up to the blacktop roads, I don't know when that was, probably a couple years ago, we stuck in there, you see blacktop projects, $1 million in the 2020 column, 500,000 in the middle column. And that was set aside at that time to help with some of the blacktop road projects. That was changed in the middle column when this budget, when we first started here, to 500,000. But you can see what ends up happening here is, if you keep the tax dollars the same levy as last year, and you don't have any other resources, that 800,000 is actually taken out of that line item and other line items where you have some excess built in, okay? So we're talking about 800,000, we've got, let's just say it's 300,000 to be conservative, that we got cash. So that gives us roughly 500,000 that we have to figure out what to do with, okay? Or how to fund it. So the other part of that is what she just talked to you about, is not making, so make sure I'm tracking here, 189, and we just talked about it, so we would also added that at the very bottom there, the 400,000 transfer, we would back off 267,000. Pass my mental capabilities on Monday morning without a calculator. Let's just see what that is real quick here. Plus 267. Setting at 582, okay, and we're trying to get to 800. So we're setting at a little under, a little over 200,000 to get to the 800,000.
So I put 850,000 deficit because of the one,
Okay.
Because we're at 1.6 and I think we budgeted 750. So that's 850,000. If we subtract out the 189 for risk management, 127 basically for that local project money that came in, and then the 266 or 267. That's about 267 or 268,000
Yep.
difference. Now on the blacktop in the middle column, there's 900 between those two line items. Do you see?
Oh yeah, the 400,
400,
500, yeah.
I think that will be at probably 750
Spent.
after talking with Bryce.
Okay, so that 900 will be 750 combined there. So one thing you have to remember here, we're trying to make up this deficit, but one thing you have to remember is, if you flip back one page, and let's just revisit this before we go any further. If you look at the top, or the first column, 2018, second number from the bottom, at the end of 18, we had 2.628 million of cash. You see that number? And then we go over to the middle column and we have 2 million of cash. And now we have spent, in those bigger line items, we have spent 750,000 on blacktop and 1.6 million on gravel roads, okay? The 850,000 of that is right straight out of cash. There's not a line item for it. So instead of having 2 million, and I haven't done all these numbers yet, instead of having 2 million there at the bottom, second in the middle column, we had we're probably down to closer to $1 million. You see what I'm saying? Because we've spent over and above the budget we was anticipating in 19. So this is my fear, is when we, okay, nothing against what you said about using reserves, but when we started using these reserves and trying to cut it so close that if another disaster would come up or some mandate or something, that's why it gets a little scary. That's kind of always been the ace in the hole, is if we did have something, we have that general fund money sitting in capital improvement. Because a bank, as a county, we can't just go to the bank and get a credit line set up. You know, we have to have kind of our own credit line, which we do. We have cash balances sufficient right now to help with this hole that we're trying to fill. But if that happens again, it's gonna be hard to make that up. I guess that's my fear going forward. And so nobody likes debt. And so those are the things you have to kind of weigh. You know, you've got a locked in revenue source, the tax lid. You've got cash balances that you want to try to maintain at that roughly 6 month level, and we're probably setting it 4 something, 4 months, 5 months. Plus, then if you add the capital improvement, I'm not really counting that because that's not really like operating money. It's more of set aside for a big project. So that's just what we have to balance. So if we use up cash reserves over here of 6 months and it drops 3 months, and we're locked in on the dollar amount over here, and this farmland thing would actually hit in the next, let's just say the next 2 years, where the assessed value doesn't go up, and to keep the same dollars, this locked lid, to keep the same dollars, or even if the assessed value went down a little bit past where it was the year before because of the farmland, to get the same dollars, that mill levy would have to go up just to fund the same dollars.
Mhm.
So that's what I'm trying to keep you from getting into, is using up too much cash to get down to a 2 year down the road where the assessed value of farmland goes. One guy at Marshall County the other day when I was up there, that's a new one I'm working with, he's a farmer, his assessed value went up 11% last year. That's not gonna keep up. There's no way that you're gonna, and that's just one guy, so I don't know what others have done here in Marion County, but that was in Marshall County. And it's done by the state, so it's probably the same, it's probably roughly the same, across farmland, across most increases would be roughly the same. So to get 11% increase on one guy's farm, yeah, they can sustain that for maybe a couple years, but then at some point, the cash flow off that farm, if you look at the calculations on it, aren't gonna sustain 11% increase each year in assessed value. I mean, if you're a bank, as a bank, in the banking world, that's what, I'm on the board now at our bank, that's not gonna happen. It's just no way that's gonna sustain itself. So to be real here, we have to kind of look at those 3 moving pieces and say, we know it's locked in over here on the tax lid, and we know we got so much cash here, and if we got a hole to fill here in the middle, how do we fill that hole? Transfer station's a hole, and then this gravel budget's a hole. And those are the big holes. There's little bitty holes, but those are the big holes. And so we do have a choice of using cash, but I just want to make sure everybody understands that in a 2 year downturn of that assessed value, to get the same dollars to keep your people paid and keep everybody else paid, you're gonna have to raise the mill levy to be able to keep those same dollars coming in. Does everybody understand that?
So Scott, you pointed out here that we overspent $1 million, basically, in the,
I
Road
don't
bridge.
know. I don't know what that exact number is. I'm just giving you big numbers right now.
I hear you,
Yeah,
but your big number was $1 million, and I know it's not
Yes, right.
exact.
Yeah.
I was working on the budget several months back, on a quarterly basis as to
Yeah.
where the different departments stood.
Mhm. Sure.
And I couldn't find actually a couple $1 million. So my question to you is, really, our reserves has dropped down considerably, $1 million overall over the last year or so, has it not?
I'd have to go back and put that little thing I did over at Marion County, or Marion City. I went through and kind of studied that, what your cash balances have done. One thing that's kind of misleading on the cash balance of the county, if you just look at 12/31/2018 and look at that financial statement, you will see that it's almost double cash of what you think would, because all the money you've collected in taxes. So that statement's kind of misleading. But if we went back and you've got that, do you have that one worksheet? Oh, that's your,
This is just what we're working on right now.
right now, okay.
Yes,
may
I have
that.
it.
Okay, we have a cash balance worksheet she's done for like the last 10 years, I think. You may have that somewhere. That would have been like in our first meeting. By fund.
I don't remember seeing it, but we've had so many papers, I probably didn't
Yeah.
pay attention or didn't.
And it was sent to you in your commission packets
So
before
then I
that.
can go back and look at it, so.
I'll find it.
It goes more than 10 years probably. It goes maybe even 15.
Let me see if I can get it.
Yeah, okay, yeah. But I'm
But
just,
it does, I think that sheet right there shows quite a drop over the years, if I'm thinking of the
Well,
same sheet.
the big drop was in 2000, I'm doing this off the top of my head, but 2011, because you paid down a big road project. One of those road projects was somewhere there. And so the reason it drops is, you'll see this in the 15 years, that 4 million or so that's sitting there now, or 5, in the capital improvement fund. So it's on this way. Well, then you do a big road project, what happens? That, poof, it drops down to 2 million, okay? And that is money set aside for project. The other funds, we've tried the best of our ability to keep those in that 3 to 6 month window. And so you probably won't see a lot of change in there, but if you looked at the total cash of Marion County, yeah, it might drop, and we're building it back up for that next road project, because those transfers of over $1 million go in each year, and so it takes 3-4 years to get it back up there.
And I think I heard you say, and I may be wrong, but I thought I heard you say that our debt ratio to our cash is relatively low at this time. Am I right? I mean, because I know we have a lot of loans out, different ones for different areas. So where do you think, just off the top of your head, where do we stand in our debt ratio?
I don't know the actual percentage off the top of my head, but right now, you're looking at debt of, there's one sheet that she updated here. If you look at the very last page, I think it is.
Okay.
That would be your debt,
Very last.
very last page.
Very last page. That says
Okay.
number 6 at the bottom, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If you look at the third column from the right, at January 1st,
I
2019.
think we're on the wrong, is this what
No,
you're looking
no,
at,
you're right.
statement
Yeah.
right here for the dump
Mhm.
truck?
Page
and stuff?
6.
Yeah.
Page 6.
Okay.
Third column from the right
All right,
is debt, total.
all
At the
right,
beginning of 19, you were at 932,315.
okay.
And what this is, these are the radios, these are the equipment for road and bridge, courthouse windows, all that stuff, okay? So if you just went up that, from 932, you went up there, we can see real quick. We have an ambulance of 155, you see that?
I do.
We see mobile radios of 217, that's what we owe on that, at the start of the year anyway. And that one's paid off, that 217's paid off here in 19, it looks like it is. 'Cause that's what these next two columns over are, the 19 payments and the 2020 payments. The 111 would be an international dump truck of 18 dump truck for 4 years. Caterpillar grader is 108. Courthouse window projects, 239. 2 Volvo graders is 72, and international dump truck is 27. So right now, the reason I said your ratio is lower is because you don't have a big, the jail's no longer on, and that. Now we're looking at transfer station. We're going to try to figure out where that fits in this piece. David Arterbury, and I don't have that number off the top of my head, but he was talking, I believe, on what the borrowing power of your tax levy is, okay? And what that means is you get to not only add in assessed value, but you add in a portion of the motor vehicles in Marion County. It's a very complicated calculation. But your probably borrowing power is somewhere outside of lease purchases, just on GO debt, is somewhere around probably 4 to 4.5 million, okay? So you have a window there of that much debt that you could use on tax levying debt on transfer station or roads or things, but they have to go out. You'd have to go out for an election, and that would be the borrowing power there. So that borrowing power is at 0, meaning no debt. So the debt you have are this debt right here. which is usually shorter term debt. If you look over in the column 3 from the left, you have anywhere from 24 months to 60 months, depending on when it was purchased. You know, so a lot of these will pay off here in the next. You can see all the zeros on the right-hand column. There's 3 of them that'll pay off in 2020. So that kind of shows you where your debt's at. I don't know that percentage, but that's the debt level. I was really surprised Marshall County has no debt. They buy everything with cash. Their assessed value is 1 mil is 190,000, where yours is 140. That 50 a mil makes a lot of difference over time. But
It's also a county that's probably got huge tax assessment increases just because of the value. They've got Iowa-type land values up there.
and Landau, they make trailers and big semi-trailers and all that. There's no telling what the assessed value is off of that. I drove out by that plant. So, you know, when you're talking industry, that makes a lot of difference. Now, some of that, I guess, is tax exempt with, you know, like over McPherson, where you can't count on it because it's been, you know, there's a 10-year rebate, you know, it's paying on it. But that's where your debt's at, to give you an idea. I mean, I don't have the percentage, but that's, you see right there what the debt's said is.
And I would think that any creditors that would be looking at us, if we're soliciting a bid, like on a long-term lease payment, will look at that and say, this county is not leveraged.
Yeah.
Makes them a lot better credit risk, which would also help us with rates.
Yeah. Let's talk about that just a little bit. If we would go the lease purchase route, if you remember from your little sheet here, that lease purchase route, options 4, 5, and 6, which 6 is the one that I think Ken's talking about mainly, that is subject to the tax lid. So that payment, let's just say the payment is $100,000 for ease of calculations. That payment, that $100,000, would be under this dollar amount we're working with over here. So if you have the $10 million is the tax lid, that $100,000 is part of that $10 million. Where, like on a general obligation bond, what Randy's talking about, that $100,000 is in addition to that $10 million. And then what you're talking about is that has nothing to do with it over here. We're using up cash, but you've got to remember that bucket over here. You can't use the whole bucket up, because then if we're locked in over here, you see, I think you all understand what I'm saying. There's some differences. So that's where we're at. And then you got your cash. Is there an next one there?
Yeah, I made a note.
Yeah. So what this sheet is, this started in 2008, so we're 10 years, okay? And let's just start on the right-hand column. And let me look one number here. I want to see what it's at. Okay, yeah, so let's start on the right-hand column at 2008. So we have 6 million, down at the very bottom there, we have 6,360,378. You see that?
I do.
Okay, so that does look lower, okay? But the reason that's lower, you have to kind of track with this number up above. So like if you go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 lines up, you have capital improvement of 1,611,000. So if I remember right off the top of my head, 2007 was a big road project, and we spent a lot of that money, and that's why the balance is down to 1.6 million, okay? Then you go to the next line, and we went from 6.3 million to 7.5, and what that is roughly those transfers that are made from general. 1.2 million is transferred in, so we're building it back. And then you go to the next one, and we go up another 1.5, and those are those transfers. Same in 11, and I was off 1 year. 12, look at the balance. It drops back down to 1.4 million. That was it.
And that's exactly right, but another thing also that was happening at the same time is we started making payments on the jail. So make sure you talk about that line item also as we go further along. particularly in 2018, because.
Oh,
you
yes,
see-
yes, yeah,
okay.
yeah. Mhm. So, we can just start there in 12, look at that, actually start in 11. If you go one line above the capital improvement, you see the sales tax money start coming in. So it's 186 in 11, 511 in 12, 878 in 13, and it's building, okay? So those two lines, if you follow those two lines clear over to the 18 column, which is still, says preliminary, but I think it's probably pretty close to final numbers there with the audit. We've got 256 left in the jail and bond, and we talked about that the other day. That was money left over that can be used to do something with the building over there. And we have 3.8 million in the capital improvement. So all of a sudden, if you looked on that jail alone, you went in year 17, 1.8 million, you dropped to 256. You see that? The jail was the jail line in 17 there was 1,843,326. And then we paid, everything got paid off, and we have the 256 left over. The capital improvement had that. We did a road, did some roads in 12, and then we're building back up. We have not spent anything of sizable, that goes out. Well, no, we did. In 17, we did spend 16. It was 5 million, and then it dropped to 2.7. I don't know what road that was.
2,500 on 330th.
330.
3.5 million or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
2.5. Okay, but you can see how the cash on that part. That's kind of a. You can't just look at that because that money is. Is set aside for the roads, that's spitler, okay. What I look at more is the very top line, because it's a general fund. And I think it has literally stayed from 1.7 to 1.659, you see that? And there's some ups and downs in between, but that cash carryover has stayed flat basically for 10 years by purpose, to make sure we're not. Because if the general fund goes down, all these other funds don't. I mean, they have money, but they're not going to help you through a hard time. The other fund to look at is go down. It's about 12 lines to Road and Bridge, and if we start over there, it's 789,332 in the 8 column. And this was on purpose also. Is we were building up the Road and Bridge fund to 2.6 million because we had added that $1 million in blacktop special projects, okay? And I don't remember what year it is, probably about 5 years ago. But you can see how it's grown there, and some of that's due to putting that money in there and then not spending it yet, And so, because it was set up for new blacktop roads. Does that make sense? So those are really the three or four funds I look at. The rest of those funds are ones that, the ambulance fund over the years, that's one that's been challenging because it's just like a business. If it's not cash flowing, then you're going to have to figure out what to do. With that, it's more like a business. The transfer station is based on fees, so that cash balance there is based on that net that I was telling you about. About the 110,000 that sits there. If we have normal expenditures, it's going to go in there, and it's going to each year, put that money back, and we've still got 400,000 left there after what you've already spent. But that'd be this piece right here would be over here. We're trying to keep the cash, and here's the tax lid, and then we've got this hole in the middle. We're trying to figure out where do we pull the resources from. So instead of just saying we have resources right now, we have to kind of look out for a couple of years and say, do we have enough resources to be able to do that? That would be my question. Just making sure we're not putting ourselves in a bind. But this is a really good sheet to study. And you can almost go back, like I'll just pick another one that's a smaller one. You all know what's happened out at the county park at the lake. You build up cash balances, and then what'd you do? Electric, water, yep. So that's what happens in most of those smaller funds. If they do have a built up cash balance, it's usually for a special project, and you decide to do that for a purpose. Okay, does that make sense? Any questions?
Well, you mentioned something, and he's sitting out here in the audience, and we'll talk about ambulance here. We have increased personnel. We decided to do that. But our income is up a little bit. We've raised prices a little bit and stuff like that, but we still have to absorb 3 to 4 mills for personnel and stuff, I would say, from when 3 years ago, when we started this full-time service. So,
Well, you can see that if you look at the second page, the second line, we were going along about the same. So in 2008, we had 578,000 expenditures, and that was literally stayed the same all the way up to 2016. Then if my memory serves me right, we went up a portion of full-time, or added some employees there. So that got us up to 851 in 17, and now in 18 was 1.2 million there. And that was done by, let's see, I've only had 3 years here. So 18, yeah, so it wouldn't show on this sheet here, but you could go back and look at the mill levy and see the difference. Right now, it's funding about staying right at 5 mills is what it takes to run the ambulance. And it probably used to be 2 to 3, yeah. Any other questions?
Anything else, Commissioner?
Okay, let me see if there's any other sheets here that I want to discuss with you. A couple of these were just things I put in here because we had a couple of revisions in some numbers on the assessed value side. Oh, we might look, it's, I don't have these numbered, but it's like the 5th page in from the front, it's the election fund. I wanted to make sure Tina explains this one to make sure I'm on the right page here. We're all on the right page. And I think that's all I have of prepared extra sheets here. So if you look down at the bottom, it says election fund. You see that one?
Which page?
It's page 11 on the budget, but there's no circled number on it.
you got circled election or adopted budget.
Yeah,
You're right up there.
adopted budget election. It's
Okay.
yeah. So you might, Tina, if you want to just explain what that is, and then we'll.
Well, basically, I was just wanting to properly reflect the lease purchase payments on, or the equipment payments.
Yeah.
Because we split that equipment purchase over 2 years.
Mhm.
So, in the 2018 column, I think on this sheet, we had it as capital outlay, but it actually was voting equipment, so I just
Yeah.
moved that down.
Mhm, sure.
And then put the current year total in there for the second payment. And then in 2020, there is no payments. So I changed that to 0.
Okay.
And then also, I just kind of adjusted as far as the line items as a presidential year, and then the cash forwarded, I just left it to where the levy would be the same, minus any
Okay,
neighborhood
so that
revitalization.
114 at the bottom would actually be 110,965 then?
Mm, I would just say leave it the
Leave the
same
same,
as
yeah.
far as
110.
whatever adjustments need to be made, yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay.
You've got the equipment you need budgeted for 2020.
Well, we would like to expand, but I do have the, I put, in the capital outlay line, I put 13,300, which will probably go down a little bit depending on what the final levy is for the fund, but, as we build, we need to expand on the number of the touchscreen, voting devices that we have at each location. So I'd like to maybe try to do 1 or 2 in 2020, but I'm just gonna have to see how it works out. We may have to delay another year, so.
Okay, so just paint the picture a little further here, and then you guys can kind of tell us which way to go here. So we have, today is July 29th. We have to have it to the paper to keep all the schedule going by the end of this week. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So the holes that we've been talking about are the same holes. We know a little more now because David Arbery come, and we know just from what Tina's done a little work here on these holes, but to me, to get this budget to work, we really need two things. We need to understand which way we want to go with the transfer station financing, okay? And we need to know how do we want to fill that hole for road and bridge. And I personally think what Tina's recommending there with all those different, we talked about, what, 5 different things we did just to make that, fill that hole up. That to me all seems very workable. It does use up cash, cash carryover, but but you gotta do what you gotta do. And then, so we need to, probably the main thing is we need to know how to go with the transfer station, because that is a difference. I mean, if you go sales tax, I mean, all these things have to be election like next week. I mean, the 90 days.
Well, we would need the resolution.
90-day clock started, I
soon,
think is what
yeah.
David said.
So
So
based
now-
on what we're doing, we still be talking about 40,892 transferred.
Yeah, what happened there, that number changed a little bit since I was here the last time. There was some corrections that were made in, I don't know if you, I put it in your paperwork here. What was it?
Motor vehicle.
Motor vehicle
estimates.
changes. So that number went from, it was 228, I believe was the tax lid, now it's 241. You see that number there? So that's why you got more tax lid money, okay? So the 40 is now, instead of, I think it was 54 or something, 50 something. It just went, that 40 is now the amount that we would transfer to get the same mill levy, we transfer to risk management. So you're not losing any dollars, it's just the way it's allocated because of the motor vehicle change we had.
I just hate to, since we started that process last year, I
Yeah.
hate to say, oh, we're not gonna do it this year.
Yeah, we're gonna do it at Marshall County. They're in every county that's in those 22 that kind of they meant, I don't know, that's here or somewhere. There's 22 counties that are in this federal, FEMA disaster area. And so I just think it's a good, set aside money like that if you can. And theirs a little different because they're a township system and you're a county unit system. You're responsible for all the roads, they're only responsible for the main thoroughfares. So it doesn't work quite as well there, but it still works. You see what I'm saying? Because the townships are the ones that have to work with FEMA in a township system. Like McPherson, Reno, there, Osage, one of them.
I have one other question,
Uh-huh.
back to the ambulance department.
Yeah.
Do I have any extra money set in the ambulance department, or is it pretty tight? I mean, we've been talking about buildings and stuff for Hillsborough, and I don't know, I haven't heard from Kent yet whether he's found out anything or not, but.
I have, but I don't have any timelines.
Right, timeline of what we may expect something to happen, okay.
Okay, so you don't have this sheet right in front of you. I've started doing this more, is going to the history of the fund to see what the cash flow is. So in the audit report for 18, it shows 17 and 18. And again, we could go back and look at this, but in 17, your net cash flow was 123,000, okay? And you don't have that, I don't know if you have this anywhere here, okay? But the net cash flow between revenue and expenditures was 123,530 on the audit report, okay? In 18, this is pretty amazing, in 18, the net cash flow was 121,613. So within $2,000 the net flow, okay? Now, what's amazing is 17 had gross receipts of 974,000 and expenditures of 851. 18 was the first year it kicked in where you had the full, that 1.2 we were looking at on that sheet. You got it on there, the expenditures on that one sheet that Tina just gave you. So 1.3 million was revenue and 123, but the net difference in both those years after all that stuff happened was within $2,000 of each other. And that's why it's really good, I mean, the longer I do this and it's really the banking world, is you look at the cash flow, is the cash flow gonna sustain it? And then you look, okay, well, why is that cash flow, like the transfer station, why is it negative 80,000 in 18? Because that 102,000 was spent already on the, on the project. So those you have to back out. That net cash flow, if we're running those those business type activities, transfer station, ambulance, some of those, that net cash flow is what you look at to see if it would sustain a,
Yeah.
you know, a payment. Or and you also have at the end of 18, 407,000 in the ambulance fund in cash. Okay. I don't know what that. Do you know what that number is? Do you have something there that show that number as of today? What the cash balance is in the ambulance fund?
Yes.
I'm just curious. So if you're sitting there with 407,000 at the end of 18, and you're wanting, I don't know what you're wanting to do with the building. I mean, is it?
I'm just
or is this-
prospecting, just looking,
Well,
just
this-
saying that a flat dollar fee might, if we could set one, because budget's the time you look at for instead of
Yeah.
coming in the middle of the year, and we've done that a couple of times, and we've pulled out maybe some general fund money, but if it was any way to budget 100,000 for a building, that would, whether purchase or something like that, that would just be to get our ambulance people all together and get them in a building and.
Well, one thing you could do on that, it's kind of like what we did in some of those other funds, starting about 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. Start putting a line item there and saying, here's what our goal is, you know, by the line item. So build ambulance building, put it in brackets, 100,000 or whatever that number is, and then start building that line item in the 2020 budget. We say, okay, of that cash carryover, instead of putting it down in cash carryover in 2020, we put 50,000 or 25,000, whatever you want to do in that line item and build it, or put the whole 100,000, whatever, you know, because we have 407 sitting there. And some of that has to do with the next ambulance, but I think we're pretty caught up on
We
the,
just purchased 2.
yeah.
I don't know what the
That-
long-range plan is for that, but
That lease purchase, this is something, I just thought this off the top of my head here. That lease purchase on the back page is at 3.48. No, I'm sorry. 2.44. Third one up from the bottom, we bought it in September of 2018. So I assume you've made that payment this year in 19, you know? So, do you know, Tina?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. I'm still looking for that last thing that you asked.
I asked you another question, okay.
Well-
The ambulance was bought in 18 of last fall, and we borrowed, for 36 months, we borrowed 2.44, okay? And that total amount financed was 155,000, and it'll be payments of roughly 55,000. So that's a question that I would probably ask, now that I know there's 407,000, I haven't really thought about that before. 407,000 sitting in your ambulance fund, you borrowed at 2.5%, 155,000, we may have made one payment. Would there be potential to pay that off? Because you're only earning, what, I don't even know what you're earning, probably less than 1% on your money. And that money can only be spent in the ambulance fund. So that might be one that we picked up, earned a little bit over the next couple of years. I don't know, I'm just throwing it out. I don't know if we, and maybe there's not a payoff clause in that, I don't know, some lease purchases.
You have to look at that lease purchase. It makes sense fiscally.
Yeah, 2.44, and you're earning less than 1%, and you can't use the 400,000. I mean, if you want to build a building, I mean, or renovate a building, I mean, some of that would be for that, I guess, but it seemed like you would have enough to talk
well,
about.
this is
debt.
the 16 ambulance, though, that we're talking about. We're not talking about the 18 ambulances.
Well,
They're 16 holdovers, we got them in 18.
Okay.
They were brand new.
They were like a year
Okay.
old and we
Right.
found those.
Okay, yes,
Yeah.
okay.
I think it's just dated that way.
Dated that way.
They were
All right.
brand new, weren't they?
Yeah.
Well, and
Yes.
I think that we probably need to visit with Travis about the middle column and the ambulance fund,
Yeah,
because I've
sure.
not done that.
Oh, okay.
So,
Okay.
yet.
Yeah.
But I just see that we, we've been talking about it, and we need to start here if we're gonna do something. The budget needs to be, to me.
Yeah, if we're thinking about another building.
Okay, so let's do this. So we're kind of keep this moving. So we know we have to, one is a transfer station, we gotta figure that out. 2 is road and bridge, and I think we may have somewhat of a fix there with all these different things we're doing with the transfers, special machinery and all that. 3 is a building or some type of facility for ambulance. Is that right? Is that a 20?
That's more of a longer term goal.
It's more than
than
2020?
an emergency.
Okay, is that a 2020 thought, or is that a 2021, or?
I mean,
I know where my thought is, but I can't speak for the commission.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's just something that we've talked about, and we know we're gonna get there some, or like to get there someday, so.
I mean, it would be nice to have that building, but right now, the only thing we're paying for in Hillsborough, rental on apartment.
Okay.
So when do we get to the actual individual departments to see, you know, we never, the red pen's always been a joke, but we've never, as a commission, all this stuff right here so far has been done between Tina and perhaps you. So when does the commission actually get hands-on to, because in each and every department there, well, not each and every, but some. And then there's some things that we haven't addressed that, you know, they sound good, but they're important. When do we get to do that?
So what things are you wanting to address yet?
Well, like, I know we have the expenses and stuff for the fire radios. and
Okay,
things
fire
like
radios,
that.
okay.
Yes, and we have security for the courthouse, that wasn't
Security,
brought up,
okay.
and other things, and most every department has presented us with their wish list, and it has grown since last year.
Mhm.
So the budget for each department has gone up. When do we get to actually go through that and?
We
As
can
a
do that
commission,
whenever you want.
anytime.
I could even, if you want to have a special, I mean, I don't know, if you want to stay this afternoon and we talk about those things, we can. I'm trying to, I guess, I'm taking it from the standpoint of, because we have one more thing over here, road and bridge projects that, like, what are you gonna, like, is there a blacktop road? We haven't really talked about that. So do I really have cash of $4 million? Or am I gonna be spending it somewhere else? And I guess I always, I know I'm not trying to sound, you know, I don't know what the word is. I look at the big projects, and if this is the way I look at a budget, and maybe it's not right, but that's the way I've looked at it. If I know that I've got a tax lid locked in over here, okay, and I know that I've got so much cash over here, and I know that there are 4 or 5 things I've got to figure out how, with those 2 lockdown numbers, I've got to fill in the middle. Those other things like line item budgets, those budgets are only guidelines. So like if as long as the levy is staying the same in those funds, those are, to me, this is my philosophy, those are decisions that you as a commission make as you go through the year. So like if you look in the state of Kansas, if you have, let's just say you have a $100,000 budget on the Council on Aging or the aging or elderly, okay? And that $100,000 budget's got personnel services, because we kind of established that. There's 55% roughly in Marion County that's put towards personnel services. So there's 55,000 of the 100,000. And then there's for sure contracts you're gonna have to pay out of that $100,000. So that's locked down. And then there's some commodities that they're gonna need to pay because it's just normal things they pay through the year. That net difference of that $100,000, and that's, I'm just using the elderly, is because there's not a lot of extra left over there usually, except for when you bought the van. That is, I don't know if that's the best use of my time. I'm not trying to say it, you know, to sit down and go through every line item on the budget, but to me, that 100,000 in the state of Kansas says that's the total amount you can spend in that fund. And then as those vouchers come across and those requests come across, it's not that we don't want to honor like the department heads and some of those. But I've just always kind of taken that approach, unless it's something that's a bigger magnitude. Those are things that, you know, people go, how can I, as a commissioner, they'll ask me, how can I control the budget? Well, there is one piece of it right here. We're working on that control. We're trying to figure out, you know, how to spend Marion County's taxpayers' money to the best of our ability. But that happens every week when you meet, because just because you have a $100,000 budget there doesn't mean that I mean, there's ways, like on some of the things maybe you're concerned about with the departments, there are ways there that you can say, well, I think that this shouldn't be spent for that. I guess that's kind of my philosophy. When I started this, you know, there's a lot of little cities I went to and different ones that wanted to worry about the pencils. And I mean literally, the pencils. And that is not I don't feel like that's my best use of my time to help you as a commission. Now, I guess if that's what you contract me for, that's great. But if we can figure out these bigger pictures, you're not gonna have to worry about the pencils, you know? Those are things you worry about every week, or if someone comes in and wants a new, something breaks, we got cash. So I'm willing to talk about any of that, but if we don't get the big holes fixed, and the tax lid's locked in, and the cash is locked in, and I don't look into the next 2 years the best we can with a crystal ball, or what you want, it's not really a crystal ball, but you know, we look at that, we're gonna be in trouble. And I don't mean that bad, I'm just saying the tax lid environment is scary.
Well, and I understand that, but I think the budget overall is important. Now, I'm not saying get down to the pencils, I've never asked for that.
Yeah.
But we do have some departments that I think really, once you set the budget and they put in their wish list, and then the budget is set,
Yeah.
in their mind, that's their money,
Yeah.
and they can spend it, and then we're faced with them in front of us at some point in time, and the answer always comes, well, it's in our budget, so yeah, we can, you know what I'm saying? And so there are some things that, as a
Well,
commission, I think we do need to address.
Sure, and
Not the pencils.
I totally agree, but here's the deal. That budget sitting there right now is the same budget as last year. Now, Tina and I talked about this. You know, there are some things that probably need to be addressed, okay? We haven't got that far yet, and I know we're running out of time. But to your point, if that's locked at the same dollar amount as last year, because we're in this tax lid, cash thing environment, there's not gonna be those increases added in. You know, I mean, because we've also got another thing that's on the table potentially is what to do with the pay plan. You know, that's anywhere from 45,000 a year to, what was it,
140.
40, that's 1 mil. You know, that's the thing we talk about last. So the way I've always done this budget is we take last year's budget, we go through, we find the big things we gotta for sure address. And some of those departments may not get an increase in their department unless you say, you know, you as commission say, we wanna increase that. And I need to know that. So like the fire radios, that's more of a general thing. Security in the courthouse, I assume would be in the courthouse general or I don't know what's been talked about on that, I guess.
Well, what's been talked about recently is primarily courtroom security.
Okay. And do we have a dollar amount on that?
Well, I think the judge brought
30,000.
something down, like
It's
27,000.
all in the scope of his entire budget. There's
Well, he didn't
increases
include
throughout
that in his budget. That was something he's asking for in addition, that was not in his own budget.
And in his overall budget, there are increases, which is fine. I'm not debating it. I'm just simply saying, I guess you guys have done a fabulous job, but somehow I feel like I'm out of the loop.
Okay.
Yeah.
But so wasn't some of the budget, you know, you're talking about the district court, isn't some of that mandate?
Some of it's mandated, that I don't know if the security.
Well, not
the way the
security, no. But I mean, some of these increases, we're sitting there being told, okay, we've got to do this, we've got to do this. They're all mandates.
Yeah.
And I'd like to know what they are. I don't want to just assume they're mandates if they're not.
Yeah.
So if there's something we can't do anything about, that's fine, we can move on. But I don't want to be deceived thinking that it's mandated if it's not.
Totally understand.
Okay.
What is scheduled after, am I the last thing on the agenda?
Last.
Last thing for lunch. Okay, so, what direction, okay, I guess I hear what Diane's saying, okay? And I'm totally good with that, because I can literally, within 1 hour, I could have the budget with these things, not all these things worked in, but where we're at with last year's numbers, and we could go through each fund and say, here's what the department head presented, and here's where we're at. I'm glad to do that, because I'm staying until I'm gonna be at Florence tonight at 6:30, so I'm yours until, what's it take to drive from here to Florence?
15 minutes.
Okay, 15 minutes, so but I guess I have a hard time moving on with all of those until I even know what we're gonna do with, what would that be, 1.2 million plus another 1 million?
Okay, so do you wanna do that and then set up another work time once you get satisfied with that?
No, I can do that. If you tell me how you wanna do that, you guys go to lunch, I'll just stay here and I'll have a, as best I can, draft budget by fund in front of you. And we'll go through each fund this afternoon. I'm perfectly fine with that, cause I'm staying the whole day, so. And Tina and I talked, be honest, Tina and I talked about that, to go and back through each one of those department head requests. But I've always kind of been that, that's hard when I don't even know if I have enough, 1.2 million or $2 million to fill the holes,
Without increasing
Yeah.
anything or without putting
Yeah.
any into it.
So how can I say over here that there's a department that needs, $5,000? And I'm not trying to make that judgment call, I'm just trying to get you the best budget as possible, because the flexibility of making that decision on that 2,500 to 5,000 or whatever that is over there. Now, ambulance is a little different with the $100,000 building, those types of things are different, or security or whatever. So yeah, I'm glad to go through, it'll help me understand the budget that much more, and Tina and I.
So what is it then that you need us to give you to get the big picture?
Okay, I need to know how you're gonna fund the transfer station. Are you gonna fund it with
Tax increase?
sales tax, lease purchase, or use the cash? Because those are three different scenarios, okay? And it's gonna really direct the way where we would pull the money from. Because if your decision, all of a sudden, we don't make the transfers from general fund over into the capital improvement fund of 1.2 million or 4 million, whatever that number is, okay? But the problem is, that's probably gonna actually have to start hitting in 19, because whatever transfers you have left in 19, we'll have to cut those off. Because we're already into $350,000 of the transfer station.
And then what happens if you take it to the vote of the people in the sales tax and it's voted no? Then where are we?
We're right back, and if it has to be built, then you do have to use cash.
Because you already got a lot of expense.
Yeah, you can't really stop where you're at right now.
So there's really no foolproof way of actually determining anything.
But we need to put a budget together. And that's the kicker is, okay, here's one other thing. Maybe I don't explain this quite right, but, okay, here's the paper people right here, okay? Okay, so by whatever that date is, by next Monday or Tuesday, when they're really supposed to have it, or Friday, I've never really worried about, if I know what the amount of the levy is gonna be, so we're leaving the mill levy the same, okay? If I know we can fund, I wouldn't recommend leaving the same if I didn't know we could fund it, because I would be leading down the wrong path, okay? But if we come in and we say the levy's gonna stay the same, 74,237, okay? And I know that all these fund levies and dollar amounts are gonna stay the same, and we're gonna put it in the general fund, I'm ready to publish right now. Because that's all the publication does. The amounts inside that fund, I don't really have to, I should have them worked out, but I literally, you wouldn't have to have them worked out until January 1st when the budget kicks in, the way the state law is written. Because all those line items in between on every one of those funds are guideline, they're not locked in at all.
So what happens if we just put a freeze on it and just take the bottom line on the departments and say you stay the same as last year?
That's where it's at right now, that's where the budget is at right now.
So
That's the way we've prepared it.
Okay, see, I didn't hear that before.
Yeah.
So if you do
That's-
that, so everything is frozen right now, while we're in the calculations at last year's number, no wish list.
Yeah, that's the way I always start the budget every year, is we start with the same dollar amount, because we're trying to figure out what to do with the levy. okay? And that's why I don't like all these moving pieces. So if I would go in and I've done it before to show, you know, the commission what the departments are really good today compared, I don't mean this bad, but it used to be that wish lists were, you know, they're bigger, so you might add 8 mills to the budget because of the wish lists. That's a waste of everybody's time, because if I go put all that in there and do all that work, you know you're not gonna give everybody their 8 mills, okay? So what I've decided several years ago is I just go in, I take last year's dollars on their fund. So if they have 100,000 in elderly, we put 100,000 in elderly. And then the next thing we do is see what the mill is. That's why I asked you the last time I was here. Are we gonna go with 74.237? So once I know that number, and I know we've locked in the department heads for right now, then I go to the big holes. And I say, what's gonna cause us to either use up a bunch of cash or have to actually increase the mill levy if we can? And that's what we've kind of been working through the last 2 meetings. And then it sounds like there's fire radios, security, you know, for the courthouse. There's some other things that might come in there. But those are actually things, you know, that could be, we want to make sure there's enough money there, but they could be just come out of courthouse general and just say, you know, or out of the district court's budget and say, this is what, 25,000 for security. If the budget's the same, and then we get down at the very end and we say, let's go to this pay plan, okay? In the past, we've had these worksheets. Tina does a great job. Every department has their worksheet. She puts in a certain amount, and it shows employee benefits and all that. That's the other piece we haven't even talked about yet, is the employee benefit part of that.
Most of the department heads included that in their wish list. If this were to happen, this is what our.
Yeah, but I've
So
never.
it's already been exploded
Exactly.
to include that.
Yeah, but I've never, I mean, how long? I've done this for 30.
Scott has always disregarded the wages.
I never look at wages,
On the-
until we have all these other holes filled. And that doesn't, not that you're trying to, because that's 55% of your budget, okay? So if I can get all the other pieces tied down, then I can feel comfortable with saying, can I afford a 1% or a 2% or like Marshall likes to do $100 a month, okay? That's what they've done the last couple of years, you know, for employees. There's just different ways to look at that, but I can't really look you in the eye and say, yeah, you can afford that, because I don't know, until I get all those other pieces nailed down, I don't know if you can. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I've you know, I probably got a low CD in me, you know, I mean, I'm just kind of used, I mean, it's kind of methodical. Wouldn't you say so?
You say Marshall County give their employees $100 a month, all employees, for let's say 2020.
So think about that. 2,080 is a normal employee hours. $100 a month would be 1,200. So we're setting at 50 cents an hour. And they did 50 2 years ago, and they did 100 last year, and they wanted to see if they can do 100 this year. I mean, and my budgeting process that I'm working on here with the team, I'm not trying to cut short the personnel services, but that's such a big number that if I don't have these other numbers nailed down, I'm gonna be shooting in the dark over here if you tell me to go do $100.
Right.
You know, because typically it'll be somewhere around, I don't know, do you remember what 45, 140 would be of, well, that's 1 mil, I guess. 1 mil would be 140. So you're looking at 1/3 of a mil if you do the 45 a year, okay? And that's kind of how I get down to that point. I say, okay, you've got the mill levy locked in, and this is what it's going to cost you. Now, not all funds have mill levy. Transfer station does not have mill levy. So if you give increases in the transfer station, it has no impact on the mill levy or in that, because that's more like a business. But all the other ones, main ones, road and bridge and those have a mill levy impact. So that's where we usually get down at the end and we'll say, oh, I don't know, we could probably afford a half mil or whatever.
Yeah. And that pay plan has a lot of discussion that we haven't yet. I mean, that has a lot involved. We haven't even started it yet.
130.
Yeah.
120.
So, and it's, yeah.
And you know what? You really don't have to I mean, it needs to be started, but what I'm saying is, it's not gonna change probably your mill levy, your dollars under the tax levy, because those are pretty locked in. And if you tell me that, that's the way it's gonna be published, okay? And then those line items in each of those budgets, because they've put them in their line items, okay, in each of the department heads, they're waiting on you to make that decision. And that decision can be, this fall, whatever. But when it hits January 1st, that's when you have to have the actual action of what are we gonna do? What are we gonna, or before that, probably December 1st. I shouldn't.
I'm
I
having a
shouldn't-
disagreement with you on this.
Right now.
The first
It needs to be done
meeting
right
of the
now.
new commission.
When's the other two? Is that January?
November.
Huh?
November,
Oh, they actually start right when they're elected?
yes.
Oh, really? They don't have that 2 months.
Just as soon as the canvas is over.
Okay. What do you want me to do? I'm yours. I mean, we could have that, you can see the paper. I could have a full budget in front of you if you want to go through, I have no problem. That's what your wishes are, to go through each budget.
If we was to do something like that, Scott, at $100 an employee, roughly 120 full-time employees, I can figure out the roughly 174,000, and just, that's a little over a mil. Is that, I don't know if that's correct or not, but that's,
Yeah.
I think we need to discuss that first before we do that, because there's a lot involved in that pay plan. And
well,
we haven't
I'm
even
not-
talked about.
Yeah,
But we need to get these questions
Yeah.
answered of
I'm
Scott,
not
so he
saying
can
that,
move
I'm
forward.
just saying,
Mm.
there's a lot of them that need to be answered,
But I mean, the main ones, so that he can continue to move forward.
but I don't think, was the pay plan one of your big numbers that you're including there? You had a list of just.
No, I mean,
Yeah,
it's part of the
so-
big ones, but it's not part of this
Right.
part I'm trying to figure out where we're going with it, and that's the next step. We go through employee benefits, all those sheets, we go through to see what the impact is to those line items. And then we look at where we're at in 19 and see if that middle column in personnel services is gonna carry you to 1231. If it's not, then we have to use up some of that middle column, and it's a good idea. Ambulance is one that we really do need to kind of nail down that middle column, because there's quite a few things happening there with the personnel line. But that's the next step, in a sense. So it's 11:25. I mean, if you guys want to go to lunch and you tell me what to do here, where you want me to go, I can, within an hour, I could probably have a pretty good rough draft. It's not gonna have all the middle columns, but.
Yeah, but you need these questions answered before you can do that.
Right.
So, okay, question number 1, transfer station.
Yep.
We need to get a consensus on.
So you're saying that if the vote does not go through on this sales tax, then we have to use our cash?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, the vote wouldn't have to go through on a lease purchase. It just has to, there's a protest petition. I don't know if you didn't put all the details. The idea is, it's protest period if payment is 3% of the budget. And I think there's a dollar amount in there too. I think it's 100,000. I'll have to look at that statute, but I think it's 100,000 also. But that one wouldn't have to have a vote. A lease purchase wouldn't have to have a vote,
Right.
unless what happens is the protest petition, people come in with a signed thing, then they could call it to vote, okay? The other one over here, the election, option 1, option 2, the sales tax would have to have an
Right.
election. Yours wouldn't have to have an election. So literally, the only one that really for sure has an election would be the one that Randy.
And if we go with the sales tax, that's what I'm asking.
Yep.
And it's voted no.
Yep.
Then we go to the cash purchase.
No, we could go back to lease purchase and see if it was voted down for sales tax, it might be just voted down by sales tax. It may not be because of, the debt, it's more that I don't want to pay sales tax. So then we could potentially go to a lease purchase arrangement for a 7 to 10 year period, if that's, and I could see that, a big bank like in Kansas City would say, that's a good, because they have a lot more reserves than somebody here maybe, or a bigger bank. I don't know what the resources are here. These banks, they may not want to go with a lease purchase on that type of facility. Anytime you get above
I think if it went to a vote and failed, the lenders would look at that.
Yeah.
And they'd say, either we're not gonna do it, or our rates just went up by 2%.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that a fact,
Yeah.
or is that just?
That's a
Risk.
fact.
I'm
They would look at risk.
checking it
That's
out.
why
But anyway,
that's why I'd hate to take the chance.
is, I lost my thought here, just a minute, but,
No, you were just saying that if the vote goes down, I was just correcting to say, there's no vote acquired up front with the lease purchase, the one
Right.
that Kent's got. There is one with the end. So if the vote went down, you'd have to kind of say, okay, why did the vote go down? Did the vote go down because it was sales tax related? Or did the vote go down because they just don't want the transfer station, that's a bigger problem, because you have to have some kind of trash,
well,
facility.
it would probably be a combination, because you have a lot of people who say, I don't use it, you know, and so I get those calls all the time.
I think
But then-
if it went down, we would be in a position where we could not fix the transfer station other than maybe the floor. That would be it.
The jail vote went down the first time because we was shooting for too big a moon.
Yeah.
That was the reason that we was given, but the same people that voted it down come in, we had a committee, the same people come back that was voting no for the first go around, said we've gotta have this, we've gotta improve our stuff, and they was a pusher of the sales tax, so.
So when you go to bonds and all this loaning and stuff that Kent wants to do, does it always have to be 10, 15, 20 years? I mean, those interest rates are just, over that period of time, is a lot of money just down the tubes.
Yeah, the only thing you have to look at, and I could run you out some scenarios here, is if you're not over 5 to 7 years, that payment is so high, and we're trying to work off a net profit of that transfer station to make that payment. So that's why they're trying to stretch it out enough to get it where that net profit, that 100,000 roughly I was talking about, 110, that pays that payment. So, 5 years, the payment might be higher. Now, one of the things
Your payment's gonna go up on these 7 years for 1.5 or 2 million.
sure.
That's 110,000, that's out of the picture, and we know that our,
And that's where we talked about, okay, do we make part of that payment with some of these capital improvement funds? We talked about that day that David was here. There's ways to break it up even more.
Well, I think our goal should always be, though, that the transfer station fees will make that payment.
That's right.
But at least we're flexible enough, we know where we can go to the well
Yeah,
if
if
it
you
doesn't.
can't make it, then you've got hopefully some resources for
Right.
at least 1 year, 2 years to help make that.
Well, I guess I would go along with Randy and take it to the vote of the people first, and then see where we go there, before I'd be interested in, I'd rather just pay for it. I think we should just take the money out and not spend the interest, and I don't think we should burden the people, but I know right now the way we're divided, somebody's gonna have to give. And so I'm gonna give, don't want to, but I'm gonna.
So you're willing to let the reserves get down to where we're looking at 2 months' worth of reserves to operate this county?
He hasn't
Things-
come up with that figure exactly yet, so we don't know exactly what that is yet. We're only talking $1 million point something.
where did you talk about reserves going down, Ken, on what she
Well,
said?
if we pay it out.
Oh, if you paid it out, okay.
She's saying pay it out.
I thought you was talking about something else.
No, she's saying that if we pay it out.
This option is still, option 6 still available at any time if the sales tax didn't fly.
I think.
It's an option, but I'm saying it's not an option.
Yeah, you're
Because I
putting
don't
it
think
as not an option.
lenders are not gonna like what they see.
Well, I'm not sure that that's true. I'm gonna ask about, get more opinions on that. I'm not sure if that's true, but anyway. I would support Randy on it for now and see where it goes. Personally, I'd like to see us pay for it. I'm not in favor of always all borrowing money and paying interest and, it's funny because you wanna save money, you want cash reserves and all that type of stuff, so what you do, you finance, you have to get your cash broke anyway.
Do we think 1.5 still, we don't know yet, is 1.5 was gonna be the projected, maybe up to 2 though?
The last,
Last deal was 2, wasn't it?
yes.
Okay, excuse me. What I was getting at, Diane, is combination, maybe take some out. I think the transfer station can only pay maybe $120,000 a year at the rate we're going, unless we cut some recycling fees out, some of that stuff, those fees that we, what I was getting at is, you think we could use, didn't Dave say we could possibly use a combination if we had to?
Yeah, and if the transfer station can pay the loan, the transfer station can pay it back to the county. See, if you did it on your own, so.
Yeah,
the
what I'm getting
majority
at though
of
is the total fee and the payment be down around 100,000. That's what I think that our income can pay for.
Yeah.
And
From
so-
transfer station,
From
yeah.
transfer station, so what I'm getting at in a matter of whatever years, maybe we take some of that and lower, even if we put it out on sales tax, that we lower the amount to 1.5, something that we know we can use, and then take some of our reserves and pay for the rest of the project over 1.5. Make it a two combination deal. I'm just thinking, that's all I'm doing. Just thinking that's possible to help keep the payment down under 100. And I didn't like the 10 years deal, but 10-year deal probably is going to be over that. You know, that's the worst part of it. I don't want to go, because I come in with a 10-year payment. We've got the Tampa Road project we're just now finishing up. It's getting close. It was a 10-year payment deal, and that's held us down $200,000 for 10 years. So, you know, we did pay the 3/30th off going west to Roxbury. We paid that off with cash. That's why our cash reserves dropped down. And so that cash reserves is pretty important. I hate, this guy's been my mentor ever since I've come in. I hate to say that.
That's
just while I'm
scary.
sitting here. I know. But to have cash money, I think the banking world always wants cash money in their world to fall back on. And that's why I don't want to cut the reserves too much.
And you know, what we've been addressing is no different than your personal.
That's right.
I mean,
That's right.
it's highly recommended that you have 6 months worth of cash reserves in case you get laid off, in case you get sick. It's no different for the county. We need 6 months in cash reserves, and if we start paying all this stuff cash, and we're down to 1 or 2 months reserve, I don't want to be in that situation.
And
I think that, and this county is not leveraged.
And I will tell you, you're exactly right, but if you listen to Dave Ramsey, who's the one who preaches on that subject, if an emergency comes up, you still take the money out of there, but you just keep putting it back in. He never recommends finance. Cash is king, is that right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so finance, you don't finance yourself out of debt. I mean, that's just golden rule.
The
That's the way I
government is
thought.
just a little bit different because we don't have the borrowing. We can't go get a credit line. We don't have, there's a little bit of difference there. But I've always tried, exactly what Kent said, I've always talked that way, that it's just like, that's how you get commissioners to understand a budget process, because it's just like at home. You want to have emergency money.
Right.
You can't, because you can't just go, we don't have a credit line to go borrow. And we are in a pretty good shape, debt-wise. And I don't like to see debt any more than anybody else does, I'm just saying, I don't want to spend, if that tax lid wasn't on.
Then you can raise the taxes.
No, if that tax lid wasn't on, I would probably say, let's maybe lean towards using more cash. But the problem is that tax lid is locked in over here, and if we use cash, and that tax lid stays on for another 5 years, that's where it starts crimping people, especially if the assessed value starts going down, and I have to start raising the mill levy just to meet the tax lid, the same dollars. That's,
Maybe you have a better idea, but I don't hear any inklings of that tax lid being lifted.
no.
We've got a new administration. I don't hear anything out of them.
Let me ask this lady over here, she's already told me once, but if the sales tax was to go to a vote, when could that election be held? Can it be added to the agenda as a,
Was a special question on
that's a
November?
special question?
Yes.
It can be added.
Yes.
It don't cost us nothing extra for the
So it
election.
would
Well,
be-
it does cost extra
Yeah.
for the ballot programming and such,
Mhm.
but it wouldn't be as expensive as having a separate special election for, it would be a lot less expensive than doing that, so.
So that's be a November question.
I would
So-
think that it might be two questions, actually. One, but
Wait, could be
Dave
two
would be able to
questions.
tell us.
Yeah.
But I believe it would be two questions. One is to whether or not to issue the debt, and the second one is whether to implement the sales tax to pay it back. Is generally,
How they-
I don't remember exactly how they did it the last time.
So
But
basically,
it might be two questions.
we're gonna have to put everything on hold then for 3 or 4 months as far as this transfer station moving forward.
don't see that being the case.
Well, you definitely wouldn't, I mean, you can bid your project, you just cannot commit the funds until you have the funds figured out and taken care of.
About 3 months, that's the time we get the bids in, it'd be the end of August, 1st of September. Time you get bids back in from a bid project. Use up August, you would be 1st September, you'd have September, October, 1st of November, 2 months, you'd have somewhat of an answer if you can figure out how to put the good question on there to get the vote of the, whether the public wants it or not. If at the end of that 2 months it's turned down, or 3, you still have this option available, don't you?
You have it available, I'm just saying it's not attractive to a lender.
Why? Why is it not?
See, I
Why?
don't get that
Because your constituency's saying we're not gonna do that out of sales tax. So are they saying that your county is not as solid as maybe you think it is?
I
You know, it's
disagree.
just a,
Here's the reason. It's called a non-appropriation clause. Okay, so we get 1 year into that lease purchase agreement, and the county doesn't have the funds because you're paying for this out of cash and tax levy, and the tax levy is on. So let's just say that for some reason, what Ken's kind of saying is more from a banker's world, but from a government world, that non-appropriation clause, what that allows you to do is walk away. Now, will you walk away from your trash, just, you know, getting rid of your trash? Probably not, you know, that's not gonna happen, but that non-appropriation clause has to go in there if you have a lease purchase in that column 6, that option 6. And that non-appropriation clause is there that you don't actually bind the next commission. That's why they put that in there. I've only seen it one time, like a little township turned their John Deere tractor back 'cause they couldn't make the John Deere payment, so that's why that's in there. And it would have to be in there, so what that does is that creates more risk. You know, it's probably not gonna happen, but it would create more risk and that rate would go up. Because that's the way banks work. They look at the risk, and if that risk is greater, that there would be, you know, that could potentially go up. Now, I've never, like, trash, I can't imagine anybody turning the trash. You see your local banker down here running the trash department. No, I don't.
yeah, but I've seen banks
I don't
run
see
some,
that happen.
run some different
Straight- yeah.
businesses that you would never think
You
about.
never think, yeah.
I saw a bank run a livestock sale commission for 3 years.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that is one piece of that option 6 that is legit. It has to go in there, or you have to actually pay encumber the entire amount of that lease purchase in the 1 year, if you don't have that non-appropriation clause in there.
Well, any way we look at it, it's gonna take an action of the commission.
I would make a motion that we put the financial payments for the transfer station up in the November election for a sales tax issue question.
Okay, motion's on the table to,
I'll second.
been moved and seconded to go to election for sales tax to fund the transfer station. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Passes 2-1. Okay, next issue.
Okay, so are you good with the way that Tina kind of helped me kind of figure out those different transactions to fill up the road and bridge hole, in a sense?
I'm thankful we can do that.
Yeah. But then what about our next year's budget? We have to.
I'll have to work on it. Well, that's what I'm gonna try to get the middle column of the general fund looked at, the middle column of the road and bridge fund looked at, and the ambulance, we could look at that one too, in that budget when we come back. I can't guarantee I can get every one of those looked at, but we can have a pretty good idea. So if you feel like that's a good option, we can I think I can show how that would go through each fund, okay?
And Scott, if we get FEMA money in,
Yeah.
does it have to go into road and bridge? Do you know that those type of disaster funds?
It
as
has
they
to
are-
go, first, it would have to go back to pay that 189 back. I just you're paying it in advance because you're waiting for reimbursement,
Yeah.
189 tax lid money. My understanding would have to pay that first, and then after that, it would go back to the line item or budget that paid the rest of your expenses. They have to match.
Yeah, so it would go right back into road and bridge.
Sure. I think that's what's done in the past, eh?
It's gone to wherever we paid from.
Yeah, where we paid from. Yeah, I mean, you could pay it out of general too, in that road and bridge section there too. You could have paid it, that full amount out of there too.
Okay, is the commission comfortable with that? Fine.
Yes.
Okay?
Next up.
The ambulance building, do you want me to do anything with that in the ambulance fund as a line item to say, or at least put the line item in there, say, ambulance building, put it in brackets, $100,000, and then maybe nothing, maybe $1 over the 2020. I mean, I don't know what you want to, how you want to reflect that.
We don't know enough, I don't know enough about what's gonna be offered to us as to be a part of Hillsborough. And that's what I would like to know, what they're,
Here's where they're at right now, about the same place that they were 6-8 months ago. They want to incorporate their on a campus at the old AMPI, but they do not have a date, timeline, anything. Of course, the city would like for us to stay with them. Now, would we have to put some skin in the game? Probably. And so I'm thinking, even if we did that, or if we bought a building, the $100,000 is probably not a bad idea.
Well, let's just look back at what the previous commission has done, not me, but what they did 20-some years ago. They put a building down here for the ambulance department. The county did pay for the ambulance building down there, but then they had, or did the city pay for it? But whatever what I'm getting at is we turned the building back to them when we got out of the building. It was written on a piece of paper. Us as commissioners knew that when we went out there, that this building went right back to the city of Marion. Maybe they paid it, I don't know which.
Seems like we had a long lease, like.
Yeah, it was a 99-year lease for $1 or something.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was.
Right.
But what I'm saying, Kent, is I think we could possibly have that same piece of paper written. If we say we spend the $100,000 to put a building up or refurbish something, whatever. I'm just saying that we do that, get us going, and at the end of the time, they take that building would be taken over by them when they build their project. For that same amount of money, we'd have to have, maybe we want some issues that we would like covered by them. It's a separate entity. It's separate, but yet along with their plan.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we as commission can do that. I think that $100,000 would, if we had a $100,000 building, if we built one tomorrow, and then give that back to them 5 years from now, 10 years from now, whatever they did, if it's written, they know that they're going to have some set asset values in that value to where that's going to be theirs if they provide us with what we want for our ambulance, then whatever commissioners want. Maybe we can put it in now, I don't know. I'm just an idea. You got to think outside the box on this situation because our money is tight with the ambulance. We've improved it a lot, but we've got a good service, and I want to continue to support it as well somehow.
But with $100,000, we'd have to wait till year second before we could even do anything because we aren't going to do anything for $100,000.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think, you never know when opportunities come up. But I agree with you too. We're the county. And it's the
And
county
wait a
doing
minute.
this.
You agreeing with me twice? Just
I know.
That's
And the
Thank
county
you
is
anyway.
on, the county's on. But no, that's true. I understand what Hillsborough wants to do. That's nice. But
Yes.
you know what? We have to be responsible for our ambulance service. We can't, just do what they want us to do. It would be nice. It would be nice. I got that. But if an opportunity arises for us, we gotta do what we gotta do.
And move forward.
Yes,
But yeah,
exactly.
I think that once we found out what that building did over here, it was neat that it was already written out, and we could write that into something, whatever we do is.
Yeah, but wasn't that a building that they already owned, or how did that work?
Well, they built it, I think, or paid for the building or something, as long as we kept the ambulances there.
And see, that would be,
You'd have to go back
let's
and
just
look at it.
suppose we find a building over there, I don't know if we will, but suppose we do. the city don't own it or anything, so how would you do something like that then? What you're talking about? If we just outright bought something, or
Well,
built something, or whatever.
The worst part it would do is take the building off of tax rolls if you bought something like that. It would do that. But if they knew that building was gonna be theirs at the end of this, say they come up with a project within the next 5 years, if that's gonna come back to them, they can put it back on the tax rolls.
So then I guess what I'm hearing you say, if we were to fall upon something, and I don't know, but if we do fall upon something and we choose to buy it or build it or whatever, and then let's just say 5, 6, 7 years from now, they do build their complex and they want the ambulance or whatever to be a part of that, then they would build for us
Correct,
a building.
correct. To
And
our,
then we would
tax.
give them that one back to put on the tax rolls, kind of like a swap.
That's what I think.
And we would still maintain our independence as far as the county EMS.
County EMS, yes, yes.
Okay.
That's what I foresee could happen, and I think it could be worked out. I mean, I want to thank them for even considering wanting us to be part of that. They've done a very good job of helping us so far.
Sure.
And so I think that if we do something like to that effect, that they would know that they would at least have a bill. It may not be, the building may not be worth 100,000. I'm just using 100.
Well, I know,
But
just-
maybe their value would be 80,000. They could put it back on the tax rolls, and they would know what they was gonna have, and I guarantee you, we're not gonna build a slouch of a building if we built something. Maybe that would be the way. They probably got some ground out there in that same area of the industrial park that they would probably do something with for a building on there. So they may help us that way too, so.
Okay, getting back to what Scott needs.
Yeah.
Are we in a consensus, we want to reserve that 100,000?
I think it needs to be a line item of some type. I don't know whether you, like you said, want to do it in 1 year, 2 years, what do you know. But I want something in there, because I don't like coming in and asking the commission for, even like the Marion deal, I don't like asking for that, using some of that for 100 and some thousand. I think it's budget, it needs to be worked out to where we can get some, have some. Maybe we have to go borrow some yet on top of that if we come across something, but.
I think it's a good idea to do that.
Okay.
Consensus on that?
So in 2020 column, what amount you want to put there?
100,000?
100,000?
Let's start with that, see if we can get it.
Okay.
Yeah, you need a number.
Okay, the last piece, I look back to my June 24th notes, a question I had to you. See these circles? We've got solid waste, sales tax, we've got this gravel thing, we're working it out. Chip and seal and blacktop. So that would be the other big piece of how much of that of the road and bridge. And I don't know, did Bryce talk to that the other day, how much?
Are you talking, which year are you talking about?
Either 19 or 20. Are they staying with their same programs that they kind of set up for 19 and 20?
When I talked to you about 19, that figure I gave you for blacktop, that,
$750.
that is chip seal and blacktop
Okay.
for 19.
Okay. And all that road money that comes out of the general for operate, like mix, I don't know what all you spend on that, that's all gonna be paid out too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be gone. Okay.
And so he gave us a number for the 2020 budget when he did his
Yeah,
presentation.
got that, okay. And then the 2019, is there any other 2-inch seal type blacktop roads?
No, he put that at 0 because
Yeah,
of the gravel.
because of the gravel situation, okay. And then whatever he said in the 2020, we'll try to put that in, okay. Okay, fire radios. One thing I did not say when I said debt earlier, there is another piece of that debt in the budget, and it's sitting on, I don't know if you have your old, sheets I've given you.
I do, like,
If
dig
you
them
look
out
at,
if I need them.
it's the last one I would have given you, it's circled page 8. I want to make sure I don't misquote this here, because I was looking at the lease purchase, I was thinking there, but you have the GO bonds, if you see that at the top, the radio, so you had 932 at January 1st of 19, another 175, so you're 1 million, roughly 1,000,001 probably. And then the road down there on Tampa, I had to look back, because I couldn't remember if it was paid out in 2020 or 2021, but it's 2020 is the last payment, so that debt's gone. So that's about 234,000, which is about $1.5 million that you'll pick up in expenditure line item that'll help pay back the gravel, or however you want to look at it, but it'll help pay back some of that hole that we're trying to fill with other resources in the 2021 budget. Does that make sense? Okay. Then fire radio. So what is really the question on the table of the fire radios right now?
Well, the reason I brought it up is because you talk about an unfunded mandate.
Yeah.
The county pretty much did shove that down the throats of the
Of the fire.
volunteer fire departments,
Okay.
and they struggle as it is with their equipment and
Sure.
keeping up and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And we did pay it last year, I think at $95,000, what was in the budget for an administrator at that time we gave to them.
Uh-huh.
And so, here we are again, I think so, and they've asked us many times if we could help them again this year, because they just, honestly, they can't pay it. I'm asking the commission to go ahead and stick that in there again this year and
The
to help 'em.
95,000?
If that's all we have, then that's fine.
How much is, what is the pay, what is the?
Okay, that's shown as income on the general fund in the middle column of
Okay.
128,000. I think that's the
Okay.
outstanding amount that we're expecting.
So if you look at that same one you were just looking at, you flip to page, that's the new changes. Hold on.
I'm pretty sure the majority of the fire districts have actually budgeted that expense in, but, let me see if I can find what page that's on.
Well,
I
Didn't we use
have
the county, counselor, not counselor, county?
Yeah, the
Administrative.
administrative money the last
Yeah,
time, yes,
and
we
my
did.
question, did we budget for that again for
I thought we
2019?
did.
Yeah, I thought we did.
Yeah, we've already made that a zero line
Yeah.
item to help
on
fund the
the
rest
20,
of our budget.
yeah, the
Okay.
for the-
2020, we've taken that one
All
out.
right.
And on
29.
that, and on 2019.
Okay.
Yeah, 19 and 20, that department's going. So I think it says in the middle column, and I don't know what page that's on yours, but it's 128,000 is what she's talking about. That is in the 19 column that would potentially come in from fire districts. We help with the fire district budgets, and Tina's saying there that a lot of them have budgeted for that. So that would be something that'd be up to you, whether you want to make that payment again, or you just let the fire district pay a
Or,
portion of it.
or to a portion.
Yeah.
That's-
Well, they gave us a letter saying that they would need that. I have a copy of that letter. I don't know if they put it in their budget or not, but I do have the letter that they proposed, pretty much begging for it, that they would like to have that money.
Yeah, it says, we ask that you consider some contribution towards the radio payments that are coming due shortly. It says, we will be totally honest and upfront and suggest that each department still needs to have some skin in the game and pay some towards the balance, because we each have a small amount in our regular budget each year for radios and radio replacements. That was in, gosh, there's not a date on this, but that was in the last month or so.
Yeah.
And where would we draw from to contribute to that? We're not gonna be using the
What would you
95,000
suggest?
that we had budgeted for administrator.
What would your just a guess be?
I don't know the dollar amount, but that 20% of the sales tax, that's other, there might be some money there that's been gathering up, but I don't know what else you use that for.
We've been using that for other payments. We pay pictometry with it,
Yeah.
so there's not a whole lot there.
Lot there.
I would be willing to come back and try to either 90 or 95,000 again, to see if
Yeah,
we could come up
We
with
need
that.
to know where it's coming from.
Well, we can work on it, see if there's any place we can.
Okay.
I think it would be really helpful for maybe if, well, I don't know. Scott says he's here the rest of the day. If he and I could have a day to work together on things, and then, but I don't know if we're able to come back on another day before the end of the week to
I'm gone.
finalize things.
I'm gone.
Yeah.
I am around tomorrow, so if you wanted to have, like if you let us work this afternoon and you want to have a special meeting tomorrow, again at 8:30 or whatever, 9, whatever,
Or if you want to, I mean, I guess
Well,
if
we're
you're
coming
wanting to come
we're
back
coming
this
back
afternoon.
in on Wednesday.
Yes.
But he's gone.
I'm gone. I'm gone the rest
You're
of the
gone.
week.
Or do you want to just, or what does, I'm just kind of curious whether the board thinks that we're gonna, as a group, stay and work this afternoon, or do you want Scott and I to
Well,
work this
if you
afternoon?
two
or-
need to be working together, I don't think we need to be slowing you down.
Here's something else, I don't know what this would take. I had to do this at Osage because we originally were gonna have the budget hearing on the 19th, that's what yours is, isn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah. We actually pushed it back a week because they've got some situations there. Problem with that here is we've already, like, the ones that do what's called consolidated budget with you, so like cemeteries, fire districts, and those have already put in there, they haven't published it, but they think that it's gonna be on the 19th. And I apologize, and I'm gone the rest, starting Wednesday on, but I don't know what that would take, is that, because there's really nothing been published, has there? It's just though, each one of those, when Jan did the budgets and you did the budgets, that's just what was said, that they would be on the 19th at 9 o'clock or something.
Ken, how many more questions do you have? The 90,000 one?
The only other one I had, Diane brought up, was the security camera, I think
Oh, and I think that's
25,000.
probably not.
25,000.
Issue, right?
District court security.
No, okay.
I didn't hear what your question was.
I don't think that's a large sum of money to,
See how it
The
goes.
other thing that could happen, and that's something the papers would have to list, I have my day set aside to next Monday if I had to work. I've done that before, but I don't know when. You'd said Friday they like to have it, but that would give us, it's not that I just can't be here. I can work on it, because where I'm at, I could work on it in the evenings or mornings with Tina, kind of us going back and forth. We could meet again, I don't know what your schedule is on the 5th, if the paper, which paper?
My deadline's.
Today?
Yeah, but for the publication, it's this paper here.
Oh, yeah, I'm
Okay,
talking about
and your deadline is,
And I'm sorry not being in the, I would have to call. I'm not the advertising
Yeah.
side. I can call and find that out, I can step right in the hall.
the way it used to be is we try to finalize it by that Monday at 5 o'clock or something, but that would be the other option. And that would give us the rest of this week to nail down a bunch of this stuff, so when we came in, the only thing that it wouldn't give is, I mean, we could do it, but go through each budget, and really look at each line. I mean, that's something that might not be able to be crammed in on the 5th.
that's fine. That's fine.
I think commission could do that sometime, just, even if we give it this amount of money here, we can go back through that and if somebody needs cutting somewhere, why, we don't do it because we're here, we only got 10 minutes when people, or 15 usually when we come in with people, but we can go back through them, and if we need to cut some, we can do that too.
Something you could, this is just a thought, but something you could do is if you have those department head sheets, because you're the ultimate answer. You're the answer person for whether that department gets what they want or not. I mean, in a sense, outside personnel services, I mean that. But if you went through those departments and you could provide an email that says, these are the things I really think we need to look at to see if we can fit in that department head budget. I don't know what Tina thinks, but that would help me this week if you had time to look through those from that standpoint. Because that's really what we're do you think that project needs to be done? Does it not need to be done? Is it something we can regulate from this budget, doing it right now? Or is it something we regulate at the point that when they come in and ask for it, and it's over $500 or $1,000, whatever your threshold is? Because that, to me, is the control mechanism that you have. Even though you set the budget here at $100,000, there is some control you have on whether the timing's good or not. And I brought this up before, in the past, when the tax lid was on, that middle column we're talking about, that one year, there was 10%. We went in after the budget was done, and we actually had to go in and make sure we had enough cash carryover from now till December 31st in that middle column to fund the carryover we show in the 2020 budget. You see what I'm saying? That's something as we go through the rest of this year, you can kind of things that monitor, and Tina does a great job of monitoring that it's just like that cash balance worksheet, you kind of monitor those cash balances. Are they where they should be, you know, at the September, October, November? Those are all mechanisms that have nothing to, I mean, really have nothing to do with this budget process. But that'd be very helpful if there's some things in those department head budgets that, okay. Tina works with it every day, and bless her heart, she does a great job of, like, what she's given me already. I mean, I don't know that stuff because I'm not here every day. But really helpful between you and her, and you guys is, you know, bring out those things. Okay, how do we fund this? Or how, is this something we should even consider in this department? That would be very helpful. If you, and the sooner in the week you can get that done and back to us as an email, the sooner we'll be able to work it in and see if we can figure out how to put in 95, like this one's example, 95,000 for radios. Where do we pay for that at? You know, because that's something that you're looking at wanting to do. Those are the types of things that I would need help with. Tina may know them, you know, well as you guys are better, but
No,
those are
we
things.
don't. That's just it. I feel so informed because I deal with it day to day, or week to week, month to month,
But-
what's going on.
But see, there's a point, I mean, this is so hard,
It
over
is.
36 years, is where do you draw the line of, and this doesn't sound, I don't want this to sound bad, but where do you draw the line as a council or commission in micromanaging that?
The budget?
Yeah.
Micromanaging the budget.
Budget, yes.
Are we supposed to draw, we're supposed to draw the line to keep it as low as possible. We're
Yes.
supposed to be
And that-
protecting our constituents, our taxpayers.
Exactly, I
That's
totally
our
agree.
number one job.
I'm totally agree. But this is the way I kind of look at it. You put certain people in place. That's what I do at my firm. I put certain people in place, and if they don't run it the way that I want it run in a certain division, I have the authority to say you're not running it right. You know, or you're maybe you need to adjust this or that. But if I don't give them the flexibility of going and running that division, see, that's a hard one because I own part of this business.
That's why it's an
But
entirely
in
different situation.
But in your, not really.
It
In
is,
your
because you're the
case,
boss, here there's 3 of us.
yeah, there's 3 of you. There's 10 of us in my case. There's 10 partners. But, you know, you 3 have that authority, but there's a fine line there, not just your commission. This happened, everyone I might deal with. Where do you draw the line of where you're saying, I need to know about this to the point of helping them make the decision, or I step back and say, that manager I hired can do that. These big picture things over here is what I need to make sure, because those little things really aren't gonna probably matter. That's why I look at it.
Before we started this whole thing, we asked Tina to send out a memo to the department heads saying, in this budget process, tell us what you need and not what you want. Okay, we still have the authority to nix.
That's right.
If they've got to take something out and bid it,
Yep.
we can still say, no, we don't think we need that.
And that's what I'm asking for us to do. I'm asking to do that now. I don't want to do it when they're standing here in front of us.
Sure.
I mean, because that's, you know, I think as be more responsible to do it now. And again, I'm not saying line by line.
No.
You
And
keep
what-
saying that, and
Yeah.
that's not
And
what I'm saying, line by line.
What I'm saying back to you is, in this week, if you 3 can go through those department head budgets, be my eyes, okay, and
Well,
say,
be your eyes.
be my eyes, and say, this is what is important for the 2020 budget. Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay.
That's all I'm
So,
asking.
okay, that
And
was
gives
a long
you-
way around. That was
And that
the
gives
scene.
you the authority for each department head to say, this is important or not important. And then all 3 of you make the decision whether you want it in the budget. Does that make sense?
Okay, so in essence, still, we are, and it's not micromanaging, we're just fixing a budget, and then they are just tasked to live within it.
That's right. And then, like Kent said,
So
or,
that's a little different than what I just got a few minutes ago, but that's the way I was asking. Good.
not really. You have $100,000 in the budget to spend, and they can spend it the way that you say they can spend it. Now, there's some AGO opinions out there, Attorney General opinions, that say, if you give them $100,000, you can't, like the sheriff at Lincoln, you know, and all those.
Yep.
You know, if you give it, I can
Versus
spend it
Nylander.
any way I want.
That's
So,
right.
that Attorney General opinion only goes to Lincoln County. I mean, it probably sets precedents, but then, you know, the Attorney General opinions only go to the county that requests them, so that you gotta be careful how you push that, but that they would have the authority to spend that budget, whatever you set right here.
Yeah, okay, I got it. Okay, I got that. So I just wanted to be able to go through the different departments
Go
and
for
look
it,
at them.
that'd be awesome.
And the increases,
Yep.
see, is that necessary, or is that something that we?
And I have none of them, I literally have none of those put in, none of the increases. I, like I said earlier, I always start with last year's budget, and then if there's something that's, needs to be put in there, we put it in there and figure out, it's kind of like that 95 here, the fire radios, perfect example. We don't have that in there. So we have to go back and figure out how those dollar amounts are gonna work to see if we can find it, because we've already taken the county administrators' lines out for 19 and 20. It's something like that. So if there's something in that budget that department heads requested, then, yeah, bring it to my attention, Tina's attention, and we'll see if there's a way to fund it. And if you can get it looked at by, by Wednesday at least, that gives us a couple more days, and then I can come back. Did you call the paper? What'd they
I
say?
gave that to her.
Yeah, they want the,
Friday?
yeah. So, I know in the past, we've always
Well,
had it to
maybe.
them on Monday, but it has been a
Okay.
problem.
Problem, okay.
And so that's why I was saying Friday, and apparently they agree with that. So,
Okay, here's what we
do
can
we
do.
want to switch it to, try to switch it?
How do we get ourselves in this fix that we're up so close to the end here? I mean, wow, we should have started a little bit earlier maybe.
It happens a lot, but these questions I asked today were all those circles I had on June 24th.
Mhm. And see, I remember when you were here, how long ago? And then there was 3, 4 weeks that you took it to come up with the big picture, and then you came back, and then you left for another week or something, and then you come
We did
back.
that.
And so here we are, I'm asking, when do we ever get our input in? Because so far, everything's just been
I think,
fed to us.
to me, the whole process, even though we've done it that way, but I think after the departments come in, either we schedule when they're there, or we go back after they're all presented, every one of them, we go back and we look at that.
I think that's a good idea.
And spend some time, whether, then we call them or ask them or whatever, just why. They give us a reason when they're here, but can we soak it up and use it?
Did you want to add that on Wednesday for payday?
I'm okay with that. And I dispute that, I don't think that's micromanagement.
It makes it
It's not
simple
coming
when
from
we're all
this
here.
board.
Yeah.
I didn't say that was micromanaging. I was defining what micromanaging is, because it's really hard. I'm just being honest with you. It's really hard, as you were saying, you don't know the details. And so it's very hard when you're not here every day. I'm just saying that, and it's not just you, it's all council members, commissions across the state of Kansas. How much do I need to know to make the best decisions for the taxpayers of Marion County? That's what I'm saying.
Well,
And there's a
crazy.
fine, huh?
I say that's kind of a crazy question. How much do I need to know? Or how much should I not know?
Okay. What is that for you? Your level might be different.
I don't
than
like to
some
make a
people.
decision ever on something I don't know.
Sure.
I just think that's irresponsible.
Yeah, it's great.
How many departments, we only have 1 or 2 come in straight across?
We're about
The rest
3 or
of them, the rest
4.
of them, well,
We're about 3 or 4 actually.
Come
Yeah,
straight
very
across?
close, yeah.
but how many departments do we have that come in with a 10% increase or 5% increase? I'm just,
I didn't figure
If you
out
took the
percent.
personnel
The
services
ones that we
line.
dealt with, road and bridge, ambulance, I mean, most of the others were pretty much flat.
yeah.
Not right.
So what I'm getting at is take the high ones and take a quick look at those. That's just a suggestion. I don't know if that works or don't work.
That's where the tax dollars are going.
Yeah.
Okay, any other direction you need, Scott?
Okay, so the last one is kind of give us a little direction, even though I don't have all these numbers worked out, of personnel. What are we gonna do on the pay plan? It's not like it has to be set in rock, stone, but it's something that we need direction on. How do you wanna handle the employees and the employee benefit? Because how the employees are handled, it affects the employee benefit fund. And right now, at the end of the year, it had $154,000 in it, which seems like a little bit of money, but that can go bye-bye in no time. And so that's why, that's the last big piece. And I guess that's what I'm saying about microman. I'm not, everybody wants to understand, so I'm an extremely detailed person, okay? But there's some things that I don't worry about. And there's some things I do worry about. And health insurance, some of those numbers, if that number goes the opposite direction, that scares me. And if I can make the best decision I can at this budget time for that, because that's what I guess I'm really saying in all these decisions that we're making with department heads and with these bigger picture items, is if we can nail those down. Yeah, there's gonna be things that none of us agree with on a certain department head, that they spent money or want to spend money in the wrong way, and I want to know. I mean, I would want to know if I was sitting in your chair. I'm not saying that. I was a board member of Canton Galvin School District. There's a lot of things that happen I would want to know.
So most all the departments have put in their budgets for their employees increases, assuming
Yeah.
that the new pay plan will be implemented.
Yeah.
So that's already padded in there.
I don't have it in the budget though. You have to remember that. I don't have that in the budget. I do not put any of that in the budget because I don't want to have to make that another moving piece that I have to track as I'm talking to you. If I know that I've got I try to get rid of all the moving pieces I can to get to that final point when I say, what do you want to do on personnel? Do you want to put the pay plan in place? You want to put a certain amount? That's where we're at. So the budget right now has none of that in there. Are there increases? Yes. Most of those increases, if I remember correctly, are personnel line item increases, okay? I've
That's
never,
something that has to be decided across the board by the commission.
a department head can't go in, no, I want to implement the pay plan, and another department doesn't implement it. I just have never, and maybe that's not right, but I've just never worried about that until I get to the end, because 55% of the expenditures are that number. I mean, that's of any, if that's at home, if you had 55% of something, you would want to make, I mean, that's a big number of anybody's budget. So that's why I try to get all the other things nailed down. And some of these are, this year is kind of unique year. We've got some holes that we don't have sometimes. I don't know if I ever remember in 30 years working on this budget that I have a gravel budget that's sitting at 1.6 million in expenditures at the end of July, and it was only supposed to be 750.
Yeah, well, and it's 1.21 or 1 point, you know.
Well,
but
yes.
I think that we probably are gonna have to have a discussion as far as lowering it by a little bit as far as before the end of the year.
Yeah.
To maybe 1.5 or to make
It's
up
still a
that
big
last
number.
difference.
Anytime you take a line item and double it,
Oh, I know.
at that
Especially a big
magnitude.
one.
I mean, again, I'm not making light. Back to the pencils. If I double my pencils, I don't have to worry about it. But if I double the gravel budget, that's a bit. That's the way that's the way I look at it. And I don't mean lighthearted. I'm just, that's gonna kill it. I mean, like that one year I missed $250,000
balloon payment.
payment. Where'd you have to take it out of?
General.
General fund. And I felt really bad about that because of the way it was calculated. We didn't work it out right, and I'd be the first one to say I messed up. And you mess up at 250, that's 2 meals. That's a problem.
And you know, you said something about, just think about it as your house budget.
Mhm.
And I got that. And what is the one thing that they always tell you to do when you're in debt? You always get rid of your little debts first. Always get rid of those little debts first.
Sure.
And then you can double up on the big debts.
Exactly.
You can't tackle the big debt.
That's right.
You have to take care of those little debts, so they
Yeah,
all
I
play
totally
a part,
agree.
they're all a piece of the puzzle.
I totally
And they all
agree.
have a huge impact to it. Maybe it's little today, not the pencils, but,
Yep.
I mean, yeah, there's a limit, but anyway.
Sure.
Well, I certainly wouldn't, I don't wanna approve the pay plan today, because that has a lot of moving parts that we need to discuss. Personally, I'm not too fearful of what they proposed in their individual budgets, and for them to increase it something as we go along like we've been. for now, until we actually come across the pay plan.
I
We need
think
to-
I
we
could
need to-
come-
We need to come up with something for Scott to work with,
I
whether it's
think I could
$100 a
come up,
month,
okay, let's go,
1%,
let's go back to the individual department budgets. If I have the afternoon, Jamie and I could come up with Tina's help, we could come up with what the 19 budget was total without personnel, okay? Because that's the only way I like it. Each budget, what the 19 budget was, and then drop in what they put in their 20 budget without personnel. And I will bet you that it's hardly, I don't know, road and bridge kind of skews it, but if you took the road and bridge out, you know, there's really not gonna be a lot if you take personnel out, okay? So we could actually, I could probably come up that worksheet, or one of us could, and we could email that out to you and show you right away, here's the department head budgets that you may want to go visit. Because this one increased it by 10%, but this one kept it, locked it out the same. Would that help?
Yes.
Okay? Okay, we could do that.
And I think one of the questions on this personnel is, or this pay plan deal is we know we've got some people way below, at least 3 or 4 people, and we haven't addressed those people, either due to the job that they're doing now, or due to the importance of their job, watching our money or something to that effect that we have not addressed, and they may be doing something in their department, and we need to address that and get that addressed and get that over with. Now, the big part, I think Kent said, just raise, you sort of agreed with the pay plan, if I remember right what you said, didn't you, Kent?
My thought was to implement it on, for the 3-year.
3-year deal. So,
But see, when you
that's-
implement the pay plan the way it's written, and that's all across the board, what you're doing there, of course, is the people that are making the higher dollars are getting huge pay raises. The people at the bottom are
Yep.
not, and so therefore you're not solving the problem.
I believe on
And
this.
so I really think that it's important for us to go through that. And like you said, Randy, we need to address those low people and solve that problem.
Yeah, that's
I don't
one
think
of-
somebody making $45,000, $50,000 or whatever it is a year really needs a big pay raise right now, as critical as the ones that are down at the bottom.
I think the way that, and this is a topic for another, another day's discussion possibly, but the way, over the 3-year implementation that Melena gave, she put the people that are the lowest in those temporary lanes. So if they're already in the schedule, they are not receiving an increase. So it does address the lower paid people first
But
over
I
the
think
3
the
years.
percentage isn't gonna still solve the problem. As I was
I'm
looking at
just,
what she
I just
said.
wanted to make sure that you understand that it's not giving everyone raises the
Right.
first year. If you do the 3-year implementation, it's whoever is a certain amount below what their range should be, those are the people that are moved.
And I agree with what you said, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I agree with what you said, 100%, but the problem that I have with that, by implementing the pay plan, you get all the baggage with it then too, that also increases. And I'm just simply talking about taking care of the people that we really need to take care of now, and then go back and address how we're gonna move forward without a whole big package. But that is, like you said, another subject for another time.
Do you put in 1% for raises no matter what?
I'm opposed to the percent across the board.
No, I just say 1% to the total, or do you?
Oh, you mean
whether-
allowing him?
For budget
For
purposes.
budget
1%.
purposes, whether we implement it or not.
We need to
Yeah.
have a figure, whether that's a percentage or
That
a
should be
dollar or
in the
whatever.
dollars,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
1%, 5%, even 5%, for certain things.
You tell me what you want to do, and we can calculate it.
See, I'd like to have.
Because the way the
some-
sheets are, I mean, you've got it already set up, it's just a matter of putting a certain dollar amount or percentage. It calculates all the employee benefits, it calculates everything, it's all done. Once those numbers are dropped in,
So you say, like, we say 5%,
Five-
that would be 5% for that total department.
and then it shows the flow down to what that means for employee benefits. And then from that, we can go to employee benefits and see, that's another piece in the employee benefit fund of what that's gonna do to those line items. Because we have to calculate there, we have to calculate the raise that you say you're given, but we also have to calculate in any increases that we might not anticipate, like health insurance, we don't know. So we usually, I don't know, 15 to 30%, depending on what the environment is, we put in that line item so that we have enough cushion. Because if that fund doesn't have the money to do it, the general fund has to pay it. So that's where it gets,
So if we would say, for example, 5% increase, total salaries for that department, that would not limit that department head to say, okay, but this person is only making 10, we can give him X amount. That doesn't mean you're gonna give everybody 5%, that means you're gonna address them as they need to be addressed, right?
well,
But you just can't go over 5% total.
No, you can't do it that way because then
Yeah, I don't know
you'd
if
have a
you-
different percentage for every department.
yeah, I don't know if you can do it that way.
No,
To be, I mean, to be fair across the board.
Well, and keep in mind, you do have an existing pay plan in place.
Yeah,
You can do some tweaks to that and keep using it, but it would not be best practice to just set a designated percent and let the department head allocate that
Yeah.
necessarily, because the pay plan that we have and the pay plan that was developed, which could also be tweaked if you decided to utilize it, it compares like positions across the county. And it is not, it could be discriminatory if you have, it just is not the best practice
We don't-
to just
I think that's
let that be
what Tina's saying. The
randomized.
last thing we should do is give a department a 5% increase and then tell the department head, okay, divvy it out. You're gonna lose
I
half
mean,
the
maybe I
department.
misunderstood what you were saying, but.
well, I think
We
you
have some
misunderstood
things,
it.
we have some things already in place to where the board has generally made a decision about what they want to do with the pay structure as a whole, and then we apply it.
Yeah, and see what happens is a lot of times is that might be put into the budget or thought about, trying to put in the budget. They get down to, I don't know, some other counties that work, they get down to December and they decide then, is this gonna be something that's workable? Now that we know the rest of the 19, just because we put it in the budget for most places, you know, it would, if it's an adjustment maybe, or you do the same thing. I mean, there's flexibility there. Those line items really mean nothing. I mean, they mean, I know you don't like to hear that.
No,
but
I hear-
They literally mean nothing, because the total budget is by fund total, and you have the flexibility of making those adjustments on the go.
So if we put that back, like you just said, put that budget, take all that personnel stuff out, then we can just kind of stay status quo and let them come in and ask, and we can take care of it till we get something taken care of, right?
We could do that, I mean, we can do
Until
You
we
anything.
mean
actually come up with a
on
plan.
each, based on the plan you have in place
Yeah.
now?
Either that or the new one, but if we just leave the salaries the way they were last year, without changing anything, not giving anybody the authority to do anything, this is something we need to get busy and think about how we want to do in the future.
The only concern I have there is if one of the tax levy funds, I mean, general would have to pick it up, but if one of the tax levy funds, and let's say that pay plan, I don't even know a department, but say that department didn't have enough in their budget to carry that pay plan option for that department. That's what we like to have worked out ahead of time, because I might have to put more of a levy in that fund to cover that. That's the only piece I don't. Now, general fund can pay up that, but you really don't, you don't want that. You want the funds to take care of themselves. Now, a lot of them are in the
See, I
general
wish I
fund.
would have known that, because I could have studied that a little bit and been more prepared on that. Because here, we're shooting in the dark.
We've talked about that for how long, I don't know, is this our, how many budget, is this your second budget?
My,
Third?
yeah, my third budget.
Third budget.
But see, we're not really involved in it much, it's just given to us, pretty much, so,
Is the commission maybe thinking of 2%? I mean, I don't know, I just threw some numbers out, because I wanna give him a number so he can get busy.
Yeah, I
and-
mean, we need to give,
Yeah,
we need
but-
something to go on. Whether that's 1.5%, 2%, I don't know.
so are you saying across the board then?
CPI, Consumer Price Index, on your budget is roughly around 2%. Townships are a little more. Well, I don't know why, but yours are around 2%. So that would be a, you know, cost of living
Yeah,
or
basically a
consumer-
cost of
a
living
ba-
increase.
A base you could start with, and I don't know how that works in your pay plan you have in place now, but you put a 2% in. Her sheets are set up for that, I think. You just drop in the,
Right. What we have already prepared, which we haven't even talked about it because we haven't gotten that far with our discussions here, but what Ashley has already prepared was basically at current staffing levels with no changes for next year. She's also prepared one that if people were placed according to what the pay plan says.
Which
We
pay
could
plan?
also,
Which one?
the new
The new
one.
one.
You could, just the pay schedules themselves, not with any of the other raises, just getting people placed. Because you can approve the pay plan just for the schedules itself and not any of the accompanying, like automatic increases or anything like that. You could completely do away with that. But what we could also do would be, which we have frequently done in the past, I mean, often we'll prepare several different ones and then we'll give you a summary at the front that says, if you want to do no raises, this is what it is. If you want to do 2%, this is how much it will cost by fund. So we could do one at a 2% or a 1%, and we can have all those comparison numbers for you, basically to decide how you want that to look.
And
So
when we get
our
that?
spreadsheets are set up.
Would that be
to do it.
doable for, are they coming in Wednesday?
Yeah, we're coming in Wednesday.
Is that doable to drop that in or have it go in?
Sure.
Can we do it 1% or 2%?
Sure.
So I want to know the 1% or 2%, is that the total or is that an individual?
No, that's a total, I think.
That's a
but I don't
total,
know.
It's-
total increase.
But you'd figure it on each individual person, wouldn't you?
Right.
Yeah, you'd know by department, the way the sheets are set up, you'd know by department what that 1% or 2% increase would be for that department. And
But it's across the board.
across the board,
Mhm.
yes.
So again, somebody that's making $10 an hour is gonna get 1%, is gonna get what, 5-cent increase or something? I just don't.
But that still gives you your department overall percentage that you're asking for.
Gives you a
budget.
Okay, okay.
But you want
I guess we gotta do something, so I guess.
We gotta start somewhere, you can't, I mean, that's what we've
Yeah,
done
I
in the
mean,
past,
it's
you
a
start
starting-
somewhere,
it's
and
a
you say,
starting
oh,
place.
no, I think we should do more, or no, I think we should do less. I mean, that's what I've been asking for literally since June 24th, is what do we need to do? Just say, these are the numbers I wanna throw in, and that's why you don't have the department head, cause I don't know what I can't do a budget until I know those numbers, so I feel kinda bad because we haven't had the chance to sit down and do department.
No, we
But I don't,
haven't.
but I don't know the answers to those June 24th questions, and that's
Yeah,
why.
you're right.
Okay, if we have a 500,000 payroll and we get 2% total of that, commission could take that and whatever that total number is and divide it by departments instead of applying it to each person. I mean, you could where we have some people up, we want to bring some people from the bottom, maybe we've got some that's fine, and that's a lot of work.
Yeah, no
See, that's
problem.
what I was going at. I wanna address the problem first before I just pat the pockets of the ones that are making a fair wage now. Because we do have lots of employees that are right where they should be and some above where they should be. Well, not where they should be, but where the pay plan says they could be.
Okay, I think Scott knows the direction we need to go.
Yeah, we'll do
Well, I think
the,
there
okay,
is definitely
we'll do those
a-
sheets, we're 1% and 2%, so you kinda have a ballpark anyway, you know where it's at, across the department, and then if that one department has somebody you think that, I don't know how, that's gonna get a little subjective, but then, these other questions you've answered, I'll do the best I can with Tina's help, Jamie and I will try to come up with numbers. I would like to have them, I'll be here the rest of the afternoon, I'd like to have them where we can email as best our ability out either today or tomorrow, so you would be able to look at them before you come on Wednesday, okay? But my ask back to you is, if you really want to know those department head budgets and those line items that are not personnel, those other line item budgets, then you'll have to look at them and see if there's anything you have questions on, because I don't know what's important. I mean, each one probably is different, you know, what's important, what's not important, and what you feel is important to that department. So your input is it's your budget, so your input is very important.
And so I will remember that for next year. Because all this time that we've just been taking in what we've been giving us, and I'm always like, when do we have a chance to actually be a part of it?
Okay.
Good. Anything else for Scott? Okay,
I do have revised minutes Can we take a look at that? Because you already made a motion and a second, and then you took it off, so we're gonna have to probably rescind your previous action. What I did at the very bottom of the page is what I just added. Do you see that?
So far, I don't.
Last sentence on the bottom of the page.
Oh,
That's all you did, you just
Yes.
added that, didn't you?
Yeah, and then I took Tom Britton's name out of the, because it was in there twice at the top. So is that, are you
That'd be
comfortable with that
fine.
language?
Yeah.
Okay,
pretty mild, but that is fine.
okay.
Okay. So, I guess I didn't really rescind my motion.
No.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and act on the July 22nd minutes as amended.
So are you amending your previous motion to just, instead of as written, to as amended?
As amended. Because we added,
Okay,
and we took off a name and added a sentence.
okay.
Any other discussion? Somebody want to second that?
I would second that.
Okay, been moved and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And I'll have them all printed out for you to sign
Okay.
later because I have to reprint the previous week then.
All right. Okay.
Mr.
citizen-
Chairman, can
Yeah.
I say one more thing?
Okay.
I am willing to work tonight, or whatever I have to do, to be here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to discuss every department of this budget, because I do not want anybody here to think that I am shorting the county on the work that I do for Marion County. So I'm willing, if you want to have a special meeting, to come tomorrow morning to discuss that, or tomorrow afternoon. I'm leaving at 6-ish probably, but I'll do everything I can, because I don't want anybody to think I haven't done my job here in Marion County.
Well, I can be here tomorrow if they want to come. If they don't want to, that's fine. I mean, whatever.
So it would be a special meeting
But
to.
what I would do is this afternoon, we'll do the best we can. I need to have Tina's help on some of this. But tomorrow morning, I'd show up with a complete budget with what these scenarios you've talked to me about. We would go through the departments, each fund budget, and say, is there anything that you want to change? You know, is there a line item that you don't like? There's something in there that they put forth, and we could make that adjustment. You'll see that it won't make a lot of difference in some of those budgets. There are more things that you feel like are important to that department that need to be addressed. And that's where I feel like it's more when they come in, that's what you deal with. Now, I will go through every one of those funds with you and make sure you totally understand that budget, because I don't want you to adopt a budget by Friday that has not been sufficiently discussed.
See, I appreciate that.
I'm just telling you, I went to Marshall County the other night and I got 2 hours of sleep and literally spent the whole night trying to be ready for them, and I will do the same for you. I'm not trying to get on my job here.
Well, I personally would like it myself, because I really want to understand everything.
Okay?
I want to understand what we're doing and where we're going and how we expend in the future.
How's that gonna
It's
work
up
for
to you
your
guys.
schedule?
I don't know. I don't know what it'll do. I just really feel that we probably need to do that, Diane, as commissioners, but I don't know that I need Scott Lloyd here to figure out whether this person needs this or whether that person needs that. I mean, that they've asked us for, and that's what you're wanting to go over, correct?
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I wasn't gonna micromanage everything
Oh,
like that.
okay.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I was off on the wrong track. I'm sorry.
You're just wanting to see a complete budget
Yes.
and discuss every one of the funds. I mean, the
Oh, the
fund.
overall picture, not the individual line items.
Or, I mean, by 2 o'clock, I could have a pretty good idea. I couldn't have it finalized, but I could have a pretty good idea if you want to take a long lunch and don't want to come back tomorrow and you want to take home something.
How about give you plenty of time? It's gonna be 1 o'clock, 2 hours, 3 o'clock, recess till 3.
I've gotta be out of here
Oh,
at
you-
3 o'clock.
Okay,
Be out of town.
okay.
I mean, and then what that does is it gives you one last rough draft to go through with those department head budgets. I'll explain the best I can the way it is. You take it home, you take that budget and you look at your department head budget, see if there's anything else you want to note. Then when you come in Wednesday, you could glance at it and see if there's any questions. And then I guess Tina and I could be talking and we'll, but it has to be the paper by end of business on Friday, end of business on Friday.
Okay.
If that'll help, I mean, an hour and a half, I think I can have a rough draft.
So if you
Tina's
guys,
done
if they're
quite a bit of work.
busy, I can come back and pick up mine, we can email it to them if they want it or whatever.
No, I mean,
They
but
can't
if
come
you want
back.
to, by 2 o'clock today, I can have a budget you can take home with you,
Okay,
if that's what,
Okay.
if that'll work for you.
But we won't have the personnel scenarios
No,
done.
no, they'll have, you can do the personnel. I'm talking about everything else that you've talked about with me today. That budget would be a rough budget based on those scenarios, like the transfers and those things. I would circle numbers, like I always do, make notes if there's something that, you need to understand on that. I can have a rough one by 2-ish or 2:15. You gotta leave here at 3 or you gotta leave Hillsborough?
I gotta leave here at 3.
Leave here at 3, okay. So then we would have about roughly 45 minutes to an hour to discuss, and I could show you the big things, and show you things that I think still, after I put that together, that this is what you need to decide.
So is that
And then what the personnel, we could have probably, if we just knew that, if I know the total payroll, and there is a 1% and a 2%, we could tell you this is gonna have, it's gonna have a $500,000 or we would know that part of it. We just wouldn't know what each department, wouldn't we?
So then we'd have to call.
I don't want to.
We're
Leave it to
gonna,
that.
are we gonna adjourn or recess? Because if we adjourn, we're gonna have to call a special meeting.
So, are you wanting to come back then?
I mean, is this what you wanna do?
Yeah, that's what what we need to know.
Probably works best for Randy, I suppose.
Yeah.
so we have to recess.
Right,
Just
Yeah,
recess.
we can
Yeah, just
recess
recess.
now.
Yeah.
Okay,
until 2.
2 o'clock. We're not quite done with the budget yet. We still have citizen concerns.
I have a concern.
As a citizen or as a,
It doesn't matter. I'm a citizen and I work in a newspaper. Come on, Ken.
I'm just asking if you're
I mean,
asking
real.
as a citizen or a.
Well, I was a publisher at a newspaper and, obviously, I'm not a financial person, but in my budgets, I understand what Diane's saying, but when I looked at a budget, I looked also at the total amount from all departments and had a total number. What I find interesting about the county, and I don't see it on any of these screens, is that at one point, I think we had like 90-some employees, and I don't know what we have right now, 116 maybe?
Give or take, we're getting
I
out
mean,
there.
that's a lot of salary, that's a lot of more employee benefits. I don't see that on anything showing up as major money.
We haven't talked about that yet.
Well, when are you gonna talk about it? I
That's
mean,
why-
Tina's already saying, well, employees, we're not gonna go into that.
No, what she said was, we need to know whether it's a pay plan.
Well,
So
I
the
understand, but I'm
numbers-
just saying, I still think it'd be interesting as we broke down from 2008 to 2019.
Okay.
An employee breakdown of, how many employees did you have at this point in time as opposed to,
Okay.
10 years from now, or, 10 years back?
Mhm.
The other thing is, when you're talking about budgets and you're talking about how, like, you're gonna follow them to the letter, let's say, for instance, I'm just picking on Department on Aging, you've mentioned it before.
Yeah.
And it sticks out in my mind, she was saying she wanted $4,000 for programs, but had no idea what program she was gonna use. But again, let's say you approve that, and last year I saw this actually happen, that she got a new van, And then she didn't have enough money in her budget. Oh, that's okay, we'll take out a general fund. So you're not really always following the budget either way. And it is then becomes, depending on what happens. So to me,
I don't know exactly what happened in that case with the van, but we've been putting a line item in there for
We've been saving for
years.
it.
right, but I'm just
Years.
saying it still
So let's
wasn't
just say it
enough.
was 38,000.
Seems, I don't think she
I
went
thought
over
she-
budget. We didn't pay
No.
anything out of the general fund.
I'm almost sure you did.
I don't
Yeah.
remember any, but
And the point is, I'm just saying, 6 months raises, yearly raises, whatever. It seems like a lot of raises come through these offices, and I'm just, blows my mind. I don't know how you guys figure that in your budgets anyway.
so when's the last raise that was given here?
2 years ago, we gave, not this past year, but the year before, we gave
Cost of living raise.
And then, of course, individual raises all the time.
Every time, yeah.
Yeah,
Like-
whether it's 6 months, whether it's 1
Right,
year,
6
whether
months,
it's.
1 year. I mean,
Whether
that's
it's
common for most
longevity,
governments.
whether it's
But you have
whatever.
16 new employees or whatever it is, and,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you guys can figure it.
I mean, we do it all, it's a regular.
Anyway, I didn't mean to get quite so, I'm just saying as a private owner budget, I had to look at all my departments and I had to defend it, just as they had to defend it to me, I had to defend it to a corporation.
Sure you did. Yep.
I didn't get pie in the sky.
No. I'll be honest with you, I don't think anybody here at Marion's getting pie in the sky with personnel because it's probably one of the most conservative counties I work with, or governments, when they actually talk about the raises that they give on an annual basis. Yes, I'm being honest with you. You look at that $100 a month that Marshall County's doing, that's 50 cents an hour. I don't know when the last time you would have had a 50-cent an hour raise here.
I don't know how many secretaries get $10, $12 an hour.
You what?
I don't know how many secretaries to get $10, $12 an hour. Not in this county, unless they're a county employee.
So it's more of what you're saying is more of what the pay that a government employee gets, not so much the increases that
Right.
happen.
Right.
It's a starting salary,
It's a
or it's
starting.
that's a totally different issue there. I mean, if that's
Yeah.
what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that we're asking Scott to give us a 1%, a 2%.
I'm
We
not.
may say in the end, okay, it's zero.
Yep. Yeah. No, those are good questions, but those are, boy, I don't know how many governments I work with, but that is all over the board on the philosophy of these 3 people sitting up here, or 5 people, the philosophy they have of the employee that, and how that relates to the rest of the business community in that county, or, I don't have any of them that are the same on that one. That's all. The other thing that Marshall County does which is unbelievable. 90% of their married rate in health is paid, not single.
Wow.
90% of their
Wow.
I'm gonna go back to.
Family plan.
family plan.
And they're dumb.
You know what that number brings? That's a big number.
Oh,
Yeah. Big number.
Is their rates close to ours?
Yeah,
I would think so.
isn't that amazing?
Wow.
I mean, you just see that. You just go to different, no government is the same. That's what makes it so complicated. It's not like, if you look at accounting firms across the board, or banks, they're all gonna be pretty well the same, except there's some pieces that are different.
I have one of the.
Yes.
Overtime. I never have seen overtime as a budget item.
The budget, you mean in this budget here?
I've never seen a line, any
No.
of the departments, why not?
No. The state of Kansas tries to keep it where personnel services is one line item, okay? Commodities, contract services, and that's different than a business, okay? But behind that, you would go back to the general ledger, okay? And that general ledger would actually kind of bring out those details that come to those 4 line items. Because if you start putting all those line items in how big would the budget be if we put the general ledger in line items? Like it would show those types of things.
It would be large, but we do estimate Not
yeah,
all
she estimates
departments,
it, yeah.
not all departments are subject to overtime, because most of our county departments work on comp time. Because we're a public agency, they get time off, okay? And they do have to be paid out if they leave, that's correct. Now, by law, they have to be because they've earned it, but we do provide the estimates on the departments that are subject to overtime, and that's what's in the commissioner sheets when we do the personnel estimates for each department, we figure that, so. You might remember looking at that with ambulance department last year.
I
and the year
remember that
before.
whole deal last year.
Yeah. So we
And I
do
learned
show
a lot
those as
from
line
that.
items.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah.
So
Okay,
they do see that.
Any other citizen concerns? Okay, if not, we are going to recess until 2 o'clock.
You need to hurry now.
No, let's say 2:50. Can you say 2:15?
Okay, we'll recess until 2:15, at which time we will reconvene back here in the commission. So we will come back out of recess to open meeting and
Okay.
allow Scott to get finished up there on what he's doing.
I think someone copied this. What did I do? Oh, that's you. You know what's that. I get one more page here. Okay, it's the best I can do in an hour and a half. Okay. Oh, I just got it right here, I guess. Can I run, while she's copying that, run through this?
Go ahead, go ahead.
I'm gonna run away too.
You can go too.
Thank you.
We'll just sit in here and let the camera film. Did you do any good jokes?
I can't tell them here.
So has business been good?
It's been good. It's just been dry in between. We had a bunch of stuff start. We did a bunch of underground, and then you gotta wait for them to build structure. So pretty much most of my jobs all did that. So I had a big dead spot right there. And now all the structures are starting to be built. So now we're gonna be super busy again, so.
They had a tornado someplace out west last night. Did you hear anything about it?
Mm-mm.
So, yeah. Let's see, my daughter sent me a text. Okay, so it was in Geneseo?
Yep,
Geneseo? Is that, am I saying it right?
yep, Geneseo, which would
Okay,
be north
yeah.
of Lyons.
Yeah, okay, so, yeah, my son-in-law
West of Lindsborg.
just finished this one house, big fancy house that they were doing, and completely wired everything. It was under construction and stuff, and tornado come last night and tore it all up.
Insurance is gonna pay them to do it all again.
So,
I never heard that there was any tornado warnings.
Yeah, I never
didn't either.
caught that.
Have you ever done any study or research or looked at anything about the way wind turbines interfere with radar?
Yeah. Yeah, they show up on KWCH all the time.
Kind of
And
scary,
they,
isn't it?
well, they adjust their radar to know that they're there after they start showing indications.
Mm-hmm.
But in the beginning, they couldn't. In the beginning, they were just like little pockets of storms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, Merrill Teller used to get on there all the time and talk
Yeah.
about
I'd like to get them to do something about the cell phone interference.
it. Yeah.
My cell phone, I mean, it sucks since they turned them on up there. It's horrible.
Yeah. I mean, the cell phones have always sucked up there, but they seem to not work at all a little bit.
I know. I mean, yeah, Kelly has an Apple, and he's always had trouble with it.
Mhm.
But I got a Motorola, and I've never had any trouble. Well, I mean, there's always exceptions, and occasional. But boy, I tell you right now, sometimes it's almost impossible to make a call.
It's a part of the negotiation I think you're gonna have to take going forward. Maybe a cell tower needs to be part of your negotiation.
Well, right where the cell tower is, there on 330th, you don't get any reception.
No, it never has. I mean,
But just in a short period
we
of time.
actually wired the bottom of it, and once we put it live, it didn't help me out a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gotta be somebody else. But the people we wired it for, basically take it to the highest bidder, and they put whatever service,
The highest
Yeah,
bidder.
sorry.
the highest bidder
grab
gets to use
Are
that
those the
tower.
handouts?
So
Oh, we're still
if
waiting.
AT&T,
Oh, we're still waiting, okay.
AT&T
Yeah,
wants
I
it,
do
and they
have
pay
something I
more,
can talk about.
it's more like a rent.
Yeah.
They'll put that on the tower.
Wow.
So it may not be Verizon at all. So, and it's not Verizon. I can guarantee you that tower is not Verizon. Because I remember day one, it didn't help.
Okay, so she's finishing up the copies there, but one thing that I started this conversation with is neighborhood revitalization, okay?
Okay.
So I always wait until all the levy stuff's done before I put that in the budget, because the way it works in the budget, and you'll see this here in a minute, is it actually, you have to adjust the levy, you have to know what the levy is, you put it in the form back there, and then you have to readjust the fund, you have to work the fund out. So the neighborhood revitalization is $139,849 that's spread across all the levy funds. So that's right at 1 mil. And what that does is if you leave the expenditures the same, which we have, you reduce cash. So every one of those funds across the board will be reduced by $139,849 in cash to make that happen. Because you're not getting as much cash in, because once they pay it, then you turn around and it's paid back. But they pay the full amount, so you'll show the full amount, but then you have to back out a portion of the neighborhood revitalization on each levy fund. And so you're really short by that 139, okay? So that's a number we hadn't talked about yet, because that's kind of the number we get to the end. And then what we did is we took, all I had time for really was to go through, and I printed out the entire budget here, and we'll go through then and look. And do you have your department head sheets with you?
See, I didn't bring anything in. I asked if I needed any of that, and I said no.
I've got them.
I left mine out in my
Oh,
truck.
that's what you had in your folder?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I thought you had that over here, maybe.
No,
I've got them all here.
no.
Okay, well, we don't have to, okay.
I mean, I have them out in the truck. I can out in the
No,
truck.
just
to
wait
get
till,
'em.
wait till the sheets get here and we'll. That sheet's coming. Okay. Those two. Okay, so on the front page, we're just gonna go, I did not number these and everything, but we're just gonna page to page, okay?
Okay.
And then what I actually was gonna ask you to do then is take each one of these departments off of this budget and go to your sheets. That's why I really didn't have you keep them, because we don't have that time to get them out here by 3.
Okay.
So you just go back and any of these line items you question, we've written a few numbers in on the general fund just to show you the line items that they requested compared to what it was for that. But on this front page, nothing changed. I put all the excess, the 282 up there in the column P, that very top number in column P. 282 is the amount down there in the corner of the total tax lid plus the amount we put over in the risk management to keep the mill levy the same, okay? Okay, the next page is certificate page. It's nothing we have to worry about right now. It's just it's what will be final. It'll be a final, is where you sign it when you're all done, okay? The next page is the tax lid. The tax lid is the amount from last year, the 10,134,000. 241 down at the bottom of that column is added to it. The next page, 2A, there's a number in the middle, 40,892. That's what is on the front there. Okay, that's the amount for the reimbursement for federal money. So the next page is 10,416,508. That is the amount of the total tax lid. It's on page 2B. Just a little bit there. there it is, 2B, at 10,416,508, okay?
Right.
And so that's what we'll actually levy, and that levy amount for that makes the mill levy exactly the same as last year, okay?
Okay.
The next is motor vehicle allocation. Motor vehicle allocation is just the numbers we drop in. I'm not gonna really spend any time on that. I will have to go back because of adjusting the, some of the transfers here on page 4, next page, page 4. I'll have to change some of these transfers because of what Tina talked about us this morning, where we reduced that 400, like, write that one number there, that $4,000 transfer from, in the middle column, 19, from road and bridge to special road and bridge. That is now a $133,000 transfer. I didn't have time to go back and make all these changes.
Okay.
But that was the two,
400.
from 400 to 133 in the middle column, 19.
Okay.
And the reason that is we're not gonna make the last 2 transfer payments, so we can help the middle column up on the gravel budget, okay?
Okay.
But some of these things like that are gonna I'll have to do, Tina and I will this week, to make it all work for the budget, okay?
Okay.
The next page we already talked about once is page 5. It's the radios debt up at the top and the Tampa Road down towards the bottom, okay? So we would be on page, we're on page 6 now. And it's not really, it's like page 8 or 9 probably, but it's numbered page 6. This is what we talked about earlier, the lease purchases. And I think you understand that, 900 and some thousand debt. And where we're at. Okay, so let's go to the next page, and I wish I had these numbers, but we'll just page by page here. General fund. I want to show you, there's a circled number down at the bottom right-hand corner. That's the amount of the neighborhood revitalization that impacts the general fund. Okay, so it's not quite a $500,000, but between the road and bridge fund and this fund, it's about, I mean, it's pretty close to that. Okay, so that's where most of the money comes out of, is the road and bridge fund and the general fund. Okay, there was another number we talked about that I didn't circle there, but if you go to the middle column and you go up to 128,000, so it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about six numbers up there. The 128,000 in the middle column, do you see that? It's towards the bottom.
No, which page are you on, 6 or 7?
Page 7.
Okay.
Right there, okay?
Yeah.
That's what we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
That's the decision, we have to make whether, you said 95. This is the amount that's coming out, so I did not adjust this yet, but that's where we'll adjust it. Instead of being 128, that they would be paying into the general fund, they would be paying in the difference between the 128 and the 95.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
I do see that, yes.
Okay, so 128 is what they're projected. If you pay 95, then we just reduce the receipt by the 95, and then it would impact cash balance. Okay.
Okay.
I have not reflected that in the general fund yet. Okay, the next page, 7A, you'll see it's. Start at the very bottom, we'll just work our way up. 3,661,000 is the total tax levy, that'll tie back to the front sheet. Let's go up to cash balance, okay? It's 836,404, it's right above the bolded number 6.2 million, okay? Okay, here's where I'm gonna have to work, Tina and I's gonna have to work some more numbers, probably a little bit. But I want to make sure you understand this. If you look in the first column there on 2018, go down to the second number from the bottom. If you remember, the cash in the general fund was $1,659,794. Okay, at the end of 18. You see that number? Middle column is $1,002,000. Okay. The circled number is 836. So you can see that and if we take another 95 out of that, from that 128 that's supposed to be deposited in there. Now there may be some other line items we can work on here, but this is before any personnel's been dropped in, okay? And you'll see this on the next page. Okay, so on 7B, I wanna make sure we're all on the same page. So let's start on the county commission, and this is the way, and I think we may have changed that one line there back when we were originally messing with it, but basically, the salaries stay the same, see, like the
But then
commission,
this-
we. Okay, what?
Sorry.
Yeah.
On this fund though, the salaries won't stay the same regardless because we have two more commissioners coming in.
Okay,
So
okay.
we should have 90,400 and something in this 2020.
Okay,
And you're gonna
That's
have to
true.
bump the 2019 somewhat also.
yep, that's true.
Okay.
2
We
months,
take a salary decrease.
okay. Okay, so that'll be another adjustment we have to make.
Yeah.
Most of these down through, now what we did as best we could in the short period of time we had, you see these numbers written in down on the side down here?
Mhm.
These are the amounts, most of these line items are the line items from last year, and there might have been like registered deeds, I think we put 2,100 in the capital outlay, it looks like, that in the 2020 budget that wasn't in 2019, but I think what happened there, some of those, if there is a change in the 2020 column in our numbers, is because they didn't spend, they're not gonna spend it in the middle column, we're gonna put it over into the 2020 column. But those handwritten numbers are what they turned in. So when you go into like your sheets for each of those, we're only able to do it on some of the general fund ones, okay? But that's what I would, if I was in your place and you're really wanting to know what they are, you just take that column, that 2020 column, and on each department, and you would look at their sheets and see why they say there's, like in that one, they're contractual for sheriff, say, it was 45,760 last year, and we have written out to the side 55,450, okay?
Yes.
So then, there's a difference there, so you would go in and you'd say that 10,000 why, okay? Same thing down below. Now, I think some of that, wasn't that, what was that, personnel? I'm not personnel, but there were some things he was doing, I can't remember off the top of my head. I don't have all the sheets. I want to try to get Ken out of here at 3 o'clock, so we can't really go back to each sheet.
I
but-
can stay till 3:15.
Okay, but anyway, you see what I'm saying? If you really want to understand each one of these departments to that line item, you have to take this 2020 column and take it back to those individual numbers
Okay,
on each one of those.
got it.
Okay, so that, I'm gonna keep going here so that we can see if there was anything else I wanted to mention.
And that one too on salaries on sheriff.
Yep.
He had asked for an increase
Yeah.
because he's added 2 deputies, so that one will have an increase on
Yeah,
the
2
salaries,
deputies.
which is not shown here.
So the 55 versus the 45 is still gonna be a larger increase.
Yes, that's what he requested, is that right?
Yeah, that's, the 55 number you're looking at, that's contractual.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that 55 contractual is what he requested, that
Okay.
470.
I haven't write in any salaries.
Yeah, we didn't put any of those in.
Yeah.
That 472 is what Tina's talking about, that 472 on the sheriff will be increased by 2 deputies if you guys approve those.
Okay.
Or have you already hired them? Already hired them, okay, so does that impact the middle column then too?
Possibly, I need to look at it.
When do they come around? Are they already on board or are they coming aboard?
That is a great question, because he's
Because-
had some turnover over there, so I'm not,
Okay.
I think he's still in the process of
Yeah.
doing some of that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, let's see, if there's anything else here that I see just quickly. Okay, let's talk about, go to the next page, there's no number on it, but it's down at the bottom there, it says road and bridge. You see the road and bridge, it's about the 4th department up, okay? Okay, so if we have the 2019, I don't know how much has been transferred yet. Has there any been transferred in the 2019 road and bridge transfers?
Yes,
Okay, of that 1.4 million, roughly
a
half of
third,
it?
a
Third of
third.
it?
Mhm.
Okay, so that middle column of 1,475,000, a third of that's been transferred right now, okay?
Okay.
So once we get all these this is something that we've always kind of done, is once we get all these different numbers nailed down, like where personnel is, the number of employees, like if the sheriff did add those 2, and we put those sheets together, and that's where it comes out, that number that are both in the middle column and the final column for that final adjustment, okay? What we'll sometimes have to do is in this little category here where it's 1,475,000, we've made a third of the transfers. But there might be a place where at the point in this year, the 19, that you don't make but another third, and you leave the other third in there to help the general fund out. I mean, that's been done in the past. Or you don't make any transfers the rest of this year to take care of some of these things that you're wanting to do, okay? And the same for the 2020 column. The flexibility there is, that's general fund money. Instead of going over and taking money out of the capital improvement fund that's already there, you can make these adjustments. That's kind of what we've done in the past, I think, in Atina for the most part. It's what we've done in the past. We don't go over the capital improvement
No.
fund so much. We just don't make
Yeah, it would make more sense not to make the transfers.
that transfer.
We have, yes.
Okay.
As far as what may have been done in the past, I'm not aware of, there's probably been years where we don't make all the transfers, but not recently.
Not recently,
We've done
okay.
it, every year.
Maybe that was a while back.
Yeah, it could be.
All those years run together. Okay. So anyway, you see that's about 2.8 million. This is the way I look at this, okay? There's about 2.8 million sitting there in 19 and 20. That is general fund money that gives us flexibility, okay? Because that money, yes, we have road projects and all that, but if the general fund does have a tough year, there's some money there that you can be a little bit flexible with, okay? Okay, any other questions on, oh, we were talking about this earlier, so you know what this means. When we say sales tax other, on the next page there's 7C. Sales tax other is that whole bottom department, kind of like, it's like a department there. You have 20% of the sales tax in the general fund goes down to fund that, and right now that's where you're making that loan payment that we saw back up there for the radios on the debt schedule. That's where you're making that 32,882, or roughly 32,896, I guess, in the 2020 year. That's where you're making that payment out of. You're making the pictometry payment out of that, and then there's other odd and end things that come out of that, okay? And the way that resolution is written is the 80% goes to roads, the 20% is other, and I don't think there's any limitations on what you can spend that for. It's just general fund money, okay? Okay, the next one there's a couple pages there. The next one is debt service. And there's nothing on it because, keep going now. There you go. Okay, that's debt service, that's zero. The next one you're looking at is road and bridge, okay? Road and bridge, like I said, it's almost exactly like the general fund. It's 44,705 is the neighborhood revitalization amount. And the amount that we talked about earlier that was added, you don't have it yet, but it's going to be added in the middle column, is up here in the middle column. You go up to 126,714. And that is the amount of exchange money coming from the state of Kansas for federal exchange. And that, it's been applied for, I don't know how long it takes, a month, does it? I don't know.
I don't believe that it has been applied for,
Oh,
but
it
we
hasn't?
know how much
Okay.
is there, and
Okay.
yeah, it'll
He's
take
in
a
the
few
process.
weeks,
Okay.
yeah, to
Yeah,
get the
process.
forms in and
Okay.
get the money.
So there's about another meal that you'll get that helps with the road, gravel roads, okay? The next page, I just want to show you one line. We had started this at one point, and I noticed it when I was going through here. The road and bridge building, it's right below all the totals there. And it said 750 over on the left-hand side. In brackets there, that's what we were shooting for, but that's kind of been, I don't know, we haven't talked about that for, because of the transfer station and all that, we haven't talked about that for a couple of years probably. But I just left the line there, it's showing zero right now, okay?
Yeah.
Then I didn't circle it on yours, but if you go down from that down to the first number on the very right-hand column, in the 2020 column, 351,124. Okay, so I left the levy the same as we had it in the original sheets, okay? that is the cash carryover in 2020, okay? So if you look over here in the 18 column, 2.6 million. You look at the middle column, 2 million, and then we're setting at 351, okay? Now, I was looking over here on the next page, I circled them for you. We are still showing, I haven't adjusted it, but they'll be eaten up by that 1.6, but we're still showing in those top two circles in blacktop, I'm showing 400, 500 in the middle column, which we said this morning was 750, roughly. So there's an extra 150. And then the 2020 column, the 950 and the 1 million are again cash carryover or to be used for blacktop. So if you stay, I mean, it's going to catch up with you at some point, but if you only spend, let's just say you spend 950,000 on blacktop roads in 2020, you would still have a million to be used other ways. You see what I'm saying? Used the other ways. But we only have that for a one-time, you know, because we've used up part of that in that 1.6 million or 1.5 million, whatever that number ends up being by the end of the year for gravel roads. And I circled that number, 1.6 million in the middle there for gravel roads, okay? So you only have so many of these line items that you can adjust, okay? So you go down to the last circle I circled down there, and so we usually somewhere transfer between 500,000 and 400,000 to the special machinery. That 133 in the middle has been adjusted by the 267 she was talking about earlier. That will not be used to transfer to special machinery. You'll use it for cash flow, okay? So those are the biggest numbers in there. That's one that Tina and Bryce will monitor pretty closely coming down to the end of the year, just because of how big the numbers are. You know, depending on what you end up having to do these next, well, at least through October. The chip and seal and the blacktop, anything you do there is through usually October until it freezes. And then the November, you can still get some of those bills from October. But that will have to be watched pretty closely, okay? Okay, the next one I did not put it in here yet because I didn't have time, but this is the ambulance. If you look at the right-hand column, 2020, there's a tax dollars of 721,631. Go up from there, and there's a number 402,907. Okay, that is the cash carryover in the 2020 budget to 21. Okay, so that 100,000 we were talking about for ambulance, literally we would take the 100,000 out of that line item and pull it up here and put another line item in that would say ambulance, building, and we would just put it right above it there somewhere and show it as a separate line item in the 2020 budget, okay? And then that cash carryover would drop from 402 to 302. And then this is one where you know, you need to go through and see if there's anything in his budget. He may have stopped to talk to you. I don't know if by tomorrow one of us can maybe talk to him about what his middle column looks like. Okay? And that one, just to give you an idea how this one compares to the general and road and bridge. If you go up from that 402 we're talking about, there's a negative number up there, receipts up there of 9,688. That's the negative 9,688 is the neighborhood revitalization that impacts the ambulance. So you can see kind of how it compares, 40-some thousand to 9,000. It's all based on levy. Okay. Appraiser's cost is the one down at the bottom, and all these funds have the same levy as that front sheet we were showing, and to keep so that we have the mill levy the same. We didn't make any changes. The cash in this one is decent. We're looking at, if you look at 312 is the very bottom of the taxes, you go up to about the fifth number up, 26,852 is the cash carryover to 2021's budget. And if you look at 19 and 18, it has dropped some, but I don't know if that middle column, the middle column looks pretty close to the 18 column. There's salaries that at 265. See, that's where these salaries, when we get these salary sheets worked out, we'll know better what that middle column looks like, okay?
Okay.
But
So
if
now
you-
the rest of these have salaries in them that you left in there for your.
Every one of them I've got salaries in, it's just at the level that it was last year in 19.
Okay, yeah,
I have
last
not
year.
changed the 2020.
Got it.
And like the sheriff is a kind of a unique example, you've added 2 people and they actually will impact the middle column. Now, sometimes, like she has a sheet she does, and I assume she'll do it again, like she'll go through the 2019 column in the middle and say, we budgeted 50,000 for salaries, but we only spent 40,000 for salaries. So what you'll have is you'll have like the sheriff, where he may have to pick up 4 months of those 2 people, so they'll add to personnel. But you'll have these others that are under personnel services, and they'll actually add back to it, so it'll be a wash. And we've usually, not always, but we usually have had extra left over compared to what's actually gonna be paid and what we budgeted for, okay? But that's all, she has another sheet, and I assume that you'll do that one at some point too.
It's done. We
It's
have
done,
it,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, that's again, when we get ready to put those final numbers in personnel, that'll show those differences, okay? Whew, okay, aging, the next page, page 11. Her cash carryover, and we've been budgeting a little extra in there. Oh, she's not here, the other lady from the, 'cause I did not remember paying out of general fund, okay? So if you look here in aging, first column, 2018, you go down to the expenditures, kind of the bottom number in the expenditures in 18, it's 40,809. You see that number in 18 column? Be the first column. 40,809. Yeah, okay? And we had put in the bracket 38. So the 40,809, I assume, would be the full purchase price of the van. It was all paid out.
I'll verify that, but I'm fairly certain.
I'm
it
pretty
is.
sure that's right, yeah. And we have actually put in some extra money there because remember that health insurance thing that they're doing, like, I think you funded that 15,824 there, if you see those 2 numbers, and then 13,884. That whole line item there is, I think, if I remember right off the top of my head, is 2 employees, and you could have to end up doing 4 employees, I believe. Does that sound right?
Sounds right to me.
I think that's right, something like that, okay. Okay, so that levy's the same, and the cash in her fund looks pretty good. Because of that, we haven't had to pay that extra out yet. That insurance could change that one really quick. Election, we've already talked about this morning. She thinks she's got that one all worked out on the bottom down there. Employee benefits, next page. Okay. This one is like sometimes very tricky. So if you look at this one, let's go with 18 column first. So we started 18 up at the very top of that column with 112,316 as cash. We went through the 18 year and we ended up with 154 in cash down there, second number from the bottom. We spent 1.658 million, and insurance, medical insurance was 818,495, okay? So if we took, I don't know this number off the top of my head, let me see here. So every month, roughly, we spend 138,000 in the employee benefit fund. And end of 18, we have 154,000, okay? So we're setting 1 month at the end of 18. Then you go over to 19, and you drop down, and you kind of look at each of those numbers. Social Security has a little bit extra built into it. Capers is actually below that 387, okay. Workman's comp is below, but workman's comp could change from year to year. You know, I don't, depending on what kind of claims you have. Unemployment's got a little bit built into it. Medical life insurance, just give you an idea what I've typically done in the past on that, or roughly, we kind of went in and just, let's just say the 818,495 in health insurance in 18 column times, let's just say 15%. 15% would be 941 in the middle column, and we're setting at 840. So we're 100,000 short of a 15% increase. Now, we've kind of rolled the, sometimes you roll the dice and you hope there's not that big of an increase. I don't know what was your last, I don't even know what your last increase was. It seems like most of them have been pretty decent.
It seems like it was 7 or 8%.
7 or 8%, okay. So let's just say that was 7%, half of that. So we're talking $50,000.
We used to budget every year for 30%.
I used to, yeah, scared me to death. Okay, then you take that 941 times another 15%. So that number over here in the 885 column over here on the 2020 would be 1,082,459 if it was 15% each year from the 18 year. So that would be a 30% increase over 2 years instead of 30% over 1. So that there alone would be another $197,000. So right there, you can see how this fund can go south really quickly. And so if you had 100,000 in the middle for 15%, and have to have another 15%, that would mean about 300,000. Over 2 mils, just because of the way health insurance is. Now, what happened, like up in up in Osage County here about 3 years ago, they didn't have enough money in there. They had about 3 people that had really severe. So that next year, I think their increase went up about 29%. And so they had to pay out of the general fund the last 3 months of that next year all their employee benefits, because they had no money left in the employee benefit fund. Because you just don't know. There was a school district the other day I was talking to that their single rate alone is going up $800. And they have to pay that. The way their negotiated agreement is they pay the single, so they have to come out, now they got a 6.5% increase, so they'll be able to probably cover that, this year because of the Supreme Court hearing. But just like that, $800 across the board on every employee. How many employees did we say earlier?
We have about 115 to 120 full-time.
Mm-hmm. There's another 100,000.
100,000 here, 100,000 there, ends up being real money, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. So, so you can see, I'm not trying to belabor this point, but you can see why I don't know, there's probably better ways to do it. But like if we know all these other numbers, the best part of the transfer station, road and bridge, the way we want to handle the gravel, all that, then you can see how this part here, if you know those are pretty locked in, then you start working with these. These numbers are they're kind of like gushy. I mean, you just don't know. We don't know what the crystal ball is. If there's going to be somebody here that a couple people get cancer, and next year your rates, go up several percent, 15-20%. So I'm just showing you. So that number we won't know until, but I'm just saying, go on record, 112,486 in the 2020 column as cash. If you look in that right-hand column, the 2020, right above the 1,882,000, that is about 3/4 of 1 month's expenses. And that's really cutting it close.
Yeah, they're pretty close.
That's cutting it very close. Okay,
But that isn't really area where you're saying we need 6 months worth there.
No, but I think the 10 to 15% minimum increases in those big lines is really doing that for you. You see what I'm saying? Because, oh goodness, if we didn't, right now, that's probably only we got 45,000 and 22,000. See, that's probably not even 2 or 3%, Anyway, so that area there that all ties to that sheet where she puts in all the employees, he puts in the rates, it's 1%, 2% you're talking about, and then it actually calculates all the employee benefits based on that. And then we usually put in some kind of a factor that increases it by, 10% or 15% or whatever we feel like is a good coverage. Now, in this case here, we couldn't just keep, this is where it gets complicated, okay? See, it used to be the tax lid in the 90s was out from under the tax lid. I mean, the employee benefits was out from under the tax lid, okay? So like if you had these increases we're talking about of 15, 20%, then you have the authority to levy that money to be able to cover it. See, in this one, in this tax lid, that's under the tax lid. So that's another one of those factors that if you have dollars locked in here at 10 million like we've got, and you've got cash sitting over here and you're trying to balance your cash out, and all of a sudden you'd have that, let's just say it's 200,000 across 19 and 20 that you had to come up with. You can't change it here unless you go out for election on the tax lid. So it hits cash. Or it hits a line item and you just don't have another. That's what it got to, like 4 elections up in Osage County in the 90s. We went out to try to go out from under the lid and they voted them down, the public there voted down all 4 times. And so what ended up happening is we had to start cutting services. So like we had to start cutting the services in the health department, start cutting the services in aging, and when you start cutting the services in those 2 areas, people start really getting impacted. And then road and bridge, roads weren't getting done. So that's where it gets kind of complicated. So that's why we have to always monitor that cash carryover and that lid, because the employee benefits is just one fund and really change that so quickly. Okay, health fund. I'm not going to really talk about it. Deidre does a good job of running that one. Yeah. Noxious weed. Cash balances there are pretty. I mean, this year's there's gonna be more just because of how wet it is and how many weeds there are. But this one's, the levy's been about the same for the last, several years. Park, the cash balance is here. You can see in the 52,138 in the right-hand column, the 2020 column, it's 52,138. And if you saw at the end of 18 here, the second number from the bottom, 195,452. So we'd spent that money for water and electric, and so now our cash balance is down to the 52. We're levying the same amount, and we still have, I guess, 100,000 built in there. Is that, maybe that's part of the still getting done in 19? Is that what it is?
Your 19 needs to be 60 something, and then
How much?
60
something.
60 something, 64 maybe.
Okay.
And then 2020, they haven't actually got a planned project, but I mean, there have been things talked about, so there's nothing.
So we have some like that dock, for example. There would be some money here maybe. If you go up 2 lines, there's a capital outlay line. We spent 3,700 in 18, and then we got 38 and 38, okay? So there is some money, and then we have part of that, maybe that 50 in the electrical upgrade line, and then 52. So we might have, I don't remember what that exactly, if we pay, they don't know for sure yet what that dock would cost, do they? Because they don't know.
No. We just know that the CFAP grant, if we apply for it and get it, it could pay 75% up to 40,000.
Yeah.
And it looks like the utility upgrade, and this was just for water this year,
Okay.
that was 68,134.
68,134
Yeah.
instead of the 64? Is
Yeah.
that what you're saying? Okay. Okay. And then that was water, so is there gonna be electrical one too?
That's been talked about, but there hasn't been any official action on
Okay.
the electrical.
Okay.
That's just something that's
So
kind
really-
of been in the plans for quite a few years as far as trying to get some money set aside for it.
So the money set in Capital Alley and that really is, probably can be set aside or looked at for electrical and for the dock. That's the two big
Right.
things out there.
They also talked about a building, a garage or,
Something for the equipment, right?
yeah. So lots
Okay.
of potential projects.
Yeah, potential, okay, good deal. Okay, I think we have two more levy funds, and I want to get through those at least. Okay, the solid waste at the top of the next page. And the cash kind of has been staying the same. I don't know, is there any big changes there? Anything else you know that?
Right, solid waste, sorry.
You want-
No big
Solid
changes.
waste, yeah. Mhm. And Special Bridge, what I did down there is I put the levy the same, so we changed the middle column. If you remember, that was ones that were highlighted in that sheet I gave you this morning that Tina had done. 130 and 75 is what Bryce thought they would be in that middle column. And so then that gives you 482,000 in your 2020 budget using all the cash up with the same levy. I don't know if there's any other funds here. I'm just gonna flip here. These are the rest of these are non-levy funds. If there's one you want me to talk about, holler. The only other one we talked about this morning, but we'll talk about it again. Over on 18 is the special machinery fund. I need to go into this budget and actually adjust it the way that Tina was showing us this morning, how she was gonna take care of some of the, like the cash transfer and that to help with the road and bridge fund. I just need to bring this sheet up to date. Because what'll happen is, if you look in this, on that fund at the bottom there, that middle column up there where it's receiving 400,000 in the middle column, that'll be 133 instead of the 400.
Is that both, so that'd be both years then, 130?
Right, she only showed it in the 19 year to help with the,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
And then I'll make those changes to mirror what she showed on that sheet she gave you in our packet earlier.
Okay.
That 256 we were talking about in the jail on the next page, that's where this shows up. We have authority to spend that 256,914. And again, it's limited what it can be spent for, but
That's
it's
what's left over from the sales tax?
sales tax, yeah.
Is that a half a cent? That's a half cent money.
Yes.
Is that
Half cent, yeah, okay. Okay, capital improvement, I think that middle column needs to be adjusted. I can't remember if there was any spent yet, but at the end of 18, we know there was 3.8 million there. And then this is where it changes potentially, is like we talked earlier, we could go up here to these receipts where you see the 273,022 and 955,577. Those are the transfers that we saw back there in the general fund in the road department there where we're transferring money. So if for some reason you decided not to make all those, that's where it would impact over here. It would change this amount coming in as revenue, so that means you wouldn't have as much built up in the capital improvement fund. Risk management. Originally I had another 189 there. If you see revenue transfer in from general fund, I didn't get all this changed because I tried to get the tax levy funds changed first, but that would be the 40,000 in the 2020 column. That'd be the 40,892. that will come into that fund. And then we tie it down there to expenditures related to disaster.
So will that 40,000 replace the 189,614 or
Yes, it
add
would.
to it?
No, it would,
Oh,
it would
it's
take,
gonna replace it.
yeah, because last year we had a little more available.
Okay.
So we had 189,614, and then we have 48,92 this year. And then that line item in expenditures, there's a 438,459 for contractual, and then right below that is 189,614. That would be the combination right now anyway, until we decide where we're gonna put the money, whether it's gonna be in general fund or pay it out of here or what, for this gravel that you're gonna help with. So we would just show budget authority of 189,614 plus 40,892. The combination of those two numbers would go into that line item.
Which two number combination? The
It'd be-
40,000 and which one?
40,000 and the 189,614.
Okay,
Yeah,
that
so what,
combination,
those two would come down to expenditures for disasters.
okay.
I don't know, what's easiest for you, Tina? We haven't really talked about this, but if we paid for gravel, I'm trying to think the way the state, is questioning all the
For tracking in the tax lid, I think
Yeah.
we would just need to pay it out
Right out.
of
risk
risk
management. Yeah,
management.
yeah. So I think if that, and that would be.
Could we, I have a question.
Yeah.
Could we just pay the road and bridge department with a check out of risk management for gravel reimbursement for disaster?
Yeah, I think if there's a trail.
Because just paying
So-
vendors, but,
Yeah.
and then trying to stop at that exact amount.
And
is
a
little
check would be a
tricky.
good trail. It would
Right.
show that it went to them for that reimbursement. Then when they get their FEMA check, though, they're gonna have to turn around and,
But, I have a question about that
Yep,
too. Maybe
okay.
we can visit after.
Okay.
Because if the exception in the tax lid is for disaster-related expenses, why do we have to pay it back? If we can use it for disaster,
okay, I thought, it doesn't say it here, but somewhere I've read that is for disasters waiting for reimbursement or something. Somewhere I read that.
maybe we need
We'll-
to double
we'll talk,
check that,
yeah.
because it
No,
was
if it's
my
just-
understanding that if it was a disaster and you've set the money aside and you did have that disaster,
Mhm.
that you can spend it on that and it's
Mhm.
exempt.
Yeah, so the way you could probably I haven't had that question. I mean, we haven't had it audited yet, but,
Right, that would be my question.
so here's the way I would look at it if I was an auditor.
Mhm.
You get 65% from FEMA, you get 10% from the reimbursement from the state, so that gives you your 75%. So that part is get reimbursed. So if you made the 189, the 25%, if it made that was unreimbursed expense, then you wouldn't have to
Okay,
put it back.
that makes sense. So it would just be if it, yeah.
If
I've-
you were
I've got
getting
it.
reimbursed 100%, then I think
Then it has to
you're
be
really
paid
not
back.
paying
Right.
disaster expense. You're,
Right.
someone else is.
Right,
And then what they would say is that 100%, that 189 could be used for operations or anything else. But if we can prove that you have that 25% that you're having to pay personally for
and it was
disaster,
189 or higher,
that's right.
yes.
That's the way I would look at it. But
Okay,
does that make
thank you for
sense?
answering, yes, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, okay. Does that make sense?
Mhm,
Okay,
it does.
okay. Transfer station, down at the bottom. So we had estimated, this is one thing we didn't show in those, or we were talking earlier, but if you look at the solid waste assessment fees up there, 539,784 was 18s, okay? And then we adjusted 19 and 20s to 630, because that would go from the, I think what was, $81 up to the $100?
Right.
Okay, so there you're picking up about 100,000. So if that net, if you think about it, if that net was roughly 100,000 each year, you're picking up another 100,000. So you might be able to make a $150,000 payment without stretching it too tight. I don't know. We'd have to do a little. You see what I'm saying? Calculations. So that would help definitely. And then we have down at the bottom of 18, we have the 766, 363 cash, And remember, we already talked about this some, but the three, I was like 356 or something, you've already paid to vendors to date, so we're sitting at about 400,000 of cash, waiting for whatever else you have to finish up on that. Lake Patrol, clerk, these are all just funds that, you know, the thing that, like I went to Marshall County, they have funds and they're all different. I said, where's your diversion money at? Oh, that's called the Special County Attorney Something Fund. I went, oh, okay. I mean, every county kind of has their own little wording system. So I don't know that. So here on the back page, so, no, second to back page is roughly what the publication will look like. And so that everybody's on the same page again, it ties right to that front sheet, is if you get, okay, that's the front sheet, and if you get to the publication page over there, right there, that page will tie to that front page. So like, in the very right-hand column, you have 74.237 is the mill this year, and if you go over 4 columns to the left, 74,237 is the mill. We have total taxes of 10,416,000, the second column from the right, 10,416,508. That's what's on the tax lid amount we saw, and that's what's on the front sheet. And then kind of down here at the bottom, it shows, this is a pretty good, you were asking about debt earlier, Diane?
Yeah.
This shows 3 years of where you've come with your debt.
Sheesh.
So like 17, you were 4.1 million, and then we dropped to 4 million, and now we're down to 1.5 million at the starting of the year. And then the last page on this group, and that'll get old Ken out of here, is this is how we do the neighborhood revitalization calculation on the very back page. It's on the back of your publication, I think. Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
There you go.
So that right-hand column, here's what has to happen. It's kind of a circular, really. But if you go in the first column, that's the amount of the levy by fund, that first column. So you've got that number again, 10,416,508. You see that number, first column? That ties to all those sheets we've shown. 74.237 is the mill we've talked about. Down below, that 1,883,798 is the amount of neighborhood revitalization property compared to your valuation of 140 million, okay? So what it does is it takes a percentage of that times the mill levy, or times the taxes up here, and that's how you come down, 74 mills, that's how you come down, that 139,849 is the amount that will impact your budget in all those different funds that are listed there. And that shows each of the fund amounts. Employee benefits is another big one, 21,000 that the employee benefit fund gets hit by the neighborhood revitalization.
I have one question.
Sure.
And I'm sure I'm just blind because I am.
Oh, there's a lot of numbers here.
I don't see the Department for Planning and Zoning, and I'm sure I'm.
Yeah, what happened, what happened is, and Jamie and I was just talking about this, if you look on page, go to 7, so we get on the same page. Go to 7A, which is the general fund tax levy amount. Okay, go. Huh?
I see it now.
No. Yeah, it's there. Yeah, that's the totals. But I was going to show you with it. Okay, so what happened is the reason you don't see it is if you go not the next page, but the next page down at the very bottom, it says plan, zone, environmental, and it only has salaries.
Yes.
What happened is it got split between the pages. And so the next page is where the rest of it's at, right here. Right here.
Yeah, you gotta
The
flip it.
rest of it is right here, okay? So I think when the page breaks, when the state sets these page breaks up, they set them up generally, and then I've gotta go through, or one of us gotta go through and reset them for your budget. But I noticed that we were looking for she had written in those numbers up at the top for each line that they were wanting. And there is, like that, we saw this, like if you look at that on the top there, the vehicle replacement for 25,000, at 22.5 in the middle column has not been moved over to the, has not been moved over to the 2020 column yet. She hadn't bought a vehicle yet. Yeah. So there's just little things like that that need to be cleaned up.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, yeah, I missed that entirely.
Yep, it's easy to, because we were looking at it earlier and I said, where'd the rest of that go? And it got cut off, it was on the next page.
Okay, good, thank you.
I will tell you, that's a pretty fast put together there, and there's some things that still gotta be adjusted, but at least that gives you a complete document. You can go home now and kind of compare them to your department head sheets, and then Tina and I will continue to converse, and we'll be here till, we'll probably leave the county here at 5 or so and go get something to eat, and then we'll head over to Florence. I noticed the mayor was just calling me.
Well, I really appreciate you taking the time, because
Oh, yeah.
really, you know, budget is complex, especially government type complexity.
There's a lot.
And I want to understand it, I want to
That's
know,
right.
and I mean, really, you know, with the meetings that we had, they weren't, even though you went over the,
Yeah.
in a nutshell, I mean, we never had.
We
one
never
involved.
got that.
Right.
I
so-
will say something for future reference, Diane, and I'm very loving and
Yes.
okay, so here would be my expectation as a budget preparer.
Uh-huh.
When we talked on June 24th,
Mhm.
okay, and we said these are the holes, okay?
Mhm.
Well, yeah, those are the holes, but my expectation would be, since we had met on the department heads a week before that, I think, maybe,
When they gave their presentations, you
17,
mean?
yeah.
Yes.
I would say at that point, you're full blast to go through each of those department head budgets, because I am still trying to fill those holes in and then we kind of worked that out over the next weeks there to try to get those budgets looked at. But that's where we need your input as commissioners on, is this important or is this not important, you know, to the budget? So that would be, if next year,
I'll know.
you would say, okay, these are department head sheets, I need to go through these, and then I need to come to Scott with my 10 questions or whatever, or Tina, and say, these are the things that I'd like to know about this budget.
And see, I thought that piece of the puzzle was coming up. So I kept
Yeah.
waiting for the meeting for that to come up.
Right.
That's how I got myself, I guess, in a pickle here.
Well,
So, but no, I
and we
will
really,
remember that
we really
next
started,
year.
since the tax lid started, I was telling Randy this earlier, see, we started this whole process literally a month earlier than usual because of the tax lid, the way it's set up. So it used to be, we didn't start till July 18th or 19th. And then we just go through those processes, meet with them, and then the commissioners would look at their department head budgets, and then we'd do what we did right here today. We just hadn't done that yet. We were kind of waiting to get these big holes filled in, because I don't know whether, I mean, I don't know, this budget here has been one of the tougher ones, because there's a lot of holes. And like that employee benefit fund, that's kind of a scary fund.
Yeah, it is.
You know,
It is.
a lot of praying over that one, because that 112 at the end of 2020 of cash carryover, and I can't guarantee what health insurance is gonna do in 19 or 20. None of us can. So, anyway,
Okay, Scott, we
Yep.
appreciate your work.
yep, thank
Thank
you.
you.
With that,
We'll keep working, and we'll have, you bring your questions on Wednesday morning, and Tina and I'll keep working on it, and we'll have a publication hopefully by Friday at 5 o'clock.
Sounds
okay,
good.
I'm gonna go ahead and ask for adjournment.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, and I'll second that.
Yes, sir.
All in favor?
Dash forward line,
Uh-huh.
is it only on the levied
Yes.
accounts?
Yeah, well, there's
I
some.
was seeing it was missing out through the rest of them, so I was like,
Yeah, what we do in those others, sometimes that just started up, the state did. We're trying to get those all switched over. What was happening was, like, if you would see, even in a non-levy fund, you'd see capital outlay at 300,000.
See you all
And
Wednesday.
they'd say, are you really gonna spend all 300,000? Well, in a non-levy fund, you usually do, because it's usually a certain purpose, but not necessarily always. Like the transfer station would not be one, we would show cash
Well, thanks
carryover
for
on
making that change on the minutes, Tina.
Sure.
But on the other ones, like special alcohol, those are for special purposes, so usually you pay it all out. there's no, in state of Kansas, there's no right, wrong answer really how to do that. The state used to go out and do township budgets when they were still doing them. And they wouldn't put line items in, they just put the total expenditure line and call it good, so it'd get the levy and go on down the road. Because that's all the state says you have to do is the total expenditure. But the detail is for transparency, so people understand why you're spending what you're spending. I don't know, there's a lot of, there's a lot of questions, those few pages there, I mean, when you started 3 years ago, there's a lot of questions on how that budget works, and there's a lot to it.
What I found in the last couple of years is you gotta get this sheet done with some fake numbers.
Yeah.
And then start.
That's right, you've been on the city council
Yeah.
over at Hillsborough.
And then you start looking at, okay, well, why is this one so much higher than that one? And then you start flipping back, and you work backwards.
Yeah. See, I don't do this front sheet on anybody but a county.
Yeah.
Because the county has so many moving pieces. And so if I know I can get this front sheet right where they want it, that's why I asked you where the mill levy is at. Because once I get that nailed down, it's kind of what you're saying in a sense, but once I get this sheet nailed down, then I work backwards. I go back in and start working those funds to see if I can get to that. If I can't get to this, then I come back to you and say, like employee benefit fund would be a question. Well, I'm levying 1.5 million there. I'm gonna have to figure out another place to take it from, maybe, to get that cash carryover in the employee benefit fund to 250,000 instead of 112. I mean, that would be a scenario. So that's why I use this, and then I go back and change this, and I go back to that. Because if I didn't have this, there's so many funds in there, it's hard to keep track of where the levy's at and where the tax dollars. I don't know. There's no, again, no right or wrong way to do it. Everybody has their different.
Well, I've come a long way since a couple of years ago, because the mill levy didn't mean nothing to me. It's like,
Yeah.
you go one place and they say it's 70,000, you go another place that says 140,000. Well, how does the mill levy change?
Oh, you mean on
Finally
the
started learning
assessed
the assessed
value? The assessed value, yeah. Well, on the assessed value, the
Yeah.
easiest way to remember is 3 digits to the left.
Right.
So
One
anytime.
1,000th of the dollar.
That's right. So anytime you look at any budget, you just do that. I have a sheet, I don't do it here anymore, but tonight I'll have one over Lawrence, because we're new to that. And I'll have a sheet that shows, you put the assessed value in, and it automatically calculates 1 to 10